in my hiding place. Yeah, I feel your grace. When the storm's outside, on the coldest night, when I'm hiding inside of the rain, do you wonder? Maybe I was leaving the space to go under, holding everything inside of my shelter, waiting for the sun to rise. When I'm hiding inside of the rain, do you wonder? Maybe I was leaving the space to go under. I was trying to stay inside my corner, getting older. I was hiding from you. I was hiding from you. I lost my faith when I'm stuck inside an empty space. When it's late at night, I don't wanna fight. When I'm hiding inside of the rain, do you wonder? Maybe I was leaving the space to go under, holding everything inside of my shelter, waiting for the sun to rise. When I'm hiding inside of the rain, do you wonder? Maybe I was leaving the space to go under. I was trying to stay inside my corner, getting older. I was hiding from you now. I was hiding from you now. I was hiding from you now. Lay your violence down. Hear the silence underneath. On the basement floor, when I'm craving to be found, I wanna find you, chasing the hallways. I wanna give my life, I wanna be open, live by the fire,
Vale.
swim in the open way. Yes, I wanna live before it's done. I wanna stay in your memories. by the fire, swim in the open waves. Yes, I wanna live before it's done. I wanna stay in your memories. Forever and ever and ever and ever. Forever. Forever and ever and ever and ever. Forever.
Damas y caballeros, muy buenas tardes.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to the dialogue with the private business sector within the framework of the 11th high-level dialogues between Colombia and the United States that since yesterday and today is taking place in San Carlos Palace of the Foreign Affairs Ministry of Colombia. We greet all of you, especially the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Luis Gilberto Murillo, the Undersecretary of State for South America and the Andean region, Ambassador Kellen Sullivan, to the Charge of Affairs of the United States in Colombia, Mr. Francisco Palmieri, and the Vice Minister for Foreign Trade, Luis Felipe Quintero, and those that are head of delegations organizing this high-level dialogue. We greet representatives of different business organizations of Colombia, United States that are here with us in this room. Many thanks for accepting our invitation. Special appreciation and thanks to the guilds that have, along with the Foreign Affairs Office and Ministry of Trade and Industry in Colombia, for organizing this event, to the Chamber of United States and Colombia Chamber of Commerce, AmCham, to the SEA, American Council of Companies, the Association of Colombian Entrepreneurs and Andy, and to USCVC, conformed by Andy and the Chamber of Commerce of the United States, and to the National Association of Foreign Trade, ANALTEX. The objective of this encounter is to recognize the participation of the private sector as a fundamental player in the bilateral relationship and exchange of concrete proposals between the two countries. to increase transparency and deepen the democratization of bilateral diplomacy and governance of public affairs, as well as to explore and move forward in a new positive agenda, broadening, of course, bilateral ties people to people and direct cooperation on topics of mutual interest. This dialogue will take place on hybrid modality with simultaneous translation and broadcasting in Spanish through the social networks of Foreign Affairs Ministry, Pentecost, Facebook, Facebook, and YouTube. You will find there as at Cancilleria, and translation into English along the network of the United States Embassy. Luis Alberto Murillo, Foreign Affairs Ministry, will open this encounter.
Especiales.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Many thanks for having me here in this encounter that will take place with the private sector within the framework of the high-level dialogues between the government of Colombia and the government of the United States of America. We welcome, on behalf of the government of Gustavo Petro and Vice President Francia Marquez, it's an honor to have you here. And also the first version of this private encounter within the framework of high-level dialogue that we start in Washington last year. Very happy of that, and we are extending that dialogue here in Colombia. I would like to greet the Honorable Francisco Palmero, Charge d'Affaires of the United States government in Colombia, in Bogota. Likewise, to Mr. Ambassador Kevin Sullivan, Under Secretary of State for South America, Madam Kimberly Harrington, Under Secretary of State for Energy and Energetic Resources, Honorable Luis Felipe Quintero, Vice Minister for Foreign Trade, good friend, Mr. Belfort Garcia Henao, Vice Minister for Digital Transformation of the ICT Ministry, Mr. Javier Campillo, Vice Minister of Energy of the Mines and Energy Ministry, Madam Leonora Betancourt, Director General of the Presidential Agency for International Cooperation. Special greetings to Honorable Daniel Garcia Peña, designated ambassador of Colombia to the United States. Very thanks a lot for being with us here in this session. Greetings to Greg Howen, under attached senior administrator for Latin America and the Caribbean of USAID, and likewise to greet Mr. Larry Sachs, friend Larry, who was director of USAID in Colombia some years ago. Head of Development of the Financial Development Corporation for International Development for the United States, and recognize the different working groups of U.S. Embassy and government of the United States that made this encounter possible. I also want to recognize the Colombian team that work alongside the team of the United States to make possible this event. Alejandro Rueda, Director for Latin America, and Ms. Lina Ibanez, Coordinator for U.S. and Canada at the Foreign Affairs Ministry. Lina over there. And yes, her group as well. Ana Maria Bedoya and Alejandra Roballo Santiago, well, the entire team that have worked to make this event possible. I want to recognize Javier Diaz Molano, Executive Chairman of ANALDEX, Cesar Benson, Executive Director of USCVC, likewise Ricardo Triana, Executive Director of CEA. I was talking to Ricardo a short while ago. Distinguished Oscar Gamboa, diplomat, very much associated to UNAFRO, big friend of mine, a good friend. Santiago Martin, Executive Vice Chairman of AmCham, Paola Buendia, colleague Paola, Vice President of NDE, Paola over there. We worked together several years. I have a long list, and I'm going to jump to Mark Link and, to the all high level officials of Colombia, secretaries, undersecretaries, of the Colombian state, special guests, and to all of you. For me, it's really a pleasure to be here with you. U.S., as you know, is the main commercial partner of Colombia, also in direct foreign investment, tourism, and official assistance for development. In all aspects, a deep relationship, quite broad. It is a relationship not only from government to government, but peoples, the people of the two countries that are the ones that sustain this dynamic relationship. The economic agenda, obviously, it's the center of all this, and President Gustavo Petro visited the U.S., has visited the U.S. in several occasions, four of them, almost five, several meetings with President Biden and with government teams, active participation during the APEC summit, the Partnership for Economic Prosperity of the Americas in Washington, where the private sector also participated, and obviously during the Pacific Asian Summit in San Francisco, where economic topics are at the forefront. We want all businesses to take opportunity of what is called the abashoring, allowing that our geographical nearness and the strategic partnership with the United States are the good to potentialize opportunities, as Vice Minister Quintero will highlight shortly. We have a commercial promotion agreement that has been in place for almost 12 years since it came to force, that has dynamized bilateral trade between the two countries on a systematic manner. It also has a technical character. It's being modernized. We are undergoing a process led by the Trade, Industry, and Tourism Ministry to modernize, to update that tool, so that continue benefiting to countries where we can feel comfortable and can serve as a good tool to access global trade. And these dialogues bring elements of the new foreign policy of this government. We have foreign policy that promotes, obviously, life and all manifestations possible. We are going to be hosting the COP16, the Conference of the Parties for Biodiversity, 16, and it's an important scenario for the country, for Colombia. And obviously, that will bring new times and momentum, how to protect life and nature, how to address from the protection of life the climate crisis. But we also promoting peace and all precious possible. Many question, well, not so many now, but question our position when it comes to the conflict in Gaza, for instance, Middle East. We are insisting in peace. Each scenario where we can manifest that desire. And this is one of them. Obviously, the promotion of human rights and democracy, to deepen democracy in all scenarios, in a context of social justice for many communities that have been impacted by the lack of that democracy. And so that's why in these dialogues important elements are being introduced, like the concept of a popular economy, and how can we provide space to that as part of the traditional economy, especially within the framework of this bilateral relationship, and especially from the business sector. And this can lead to the transformation of territories, transformation of rural areas in this country. We have areas, we are in the 21st century, but there are others that are still living in the 19th century, and that inequality, those profound gaps are, of course, causes for social conflict and violence and political conflict as well. We are going to talk about digital transformation here, quite needed, and energy transition, allowing us to explore new possibilities and to feedback the agreements reached within this higher level dialogue framework with concrete proposal from the business and private sector. Dialogue and agreements with the business and private sector are fundamental. These dialogues are quite important. We need to have that communicating vessel, even if difficult, because maybe we have different views, strategies, or even a vision. But that's what democracy is all about, to talk to each other. And we believe in new business models that incorporate communities, public and private association, popular ones, PPA in general. And that's one objective of this government. So in this historic opportunity, we want to strengthen subnational diplomacy for governors, mayors, community councils, indigenous reservations, and councils to promote economic inclusive development. We have a proposal, a bilateral economic relationship contributing to sustainable development, to territorial transformation, to investment and inclusion. And I'm saying this quite honestly. I think we have a lot to learn from you when it comes to inclusion of ethnic minorities, and in our case, not a minority, a majority. You don't see ethnic minority in directive councils of companies, maybe one or two, but we in government are providing an example, right, including minorities in different positions and levels of government. So nothing, and no representatives in the outer Colombia and business associations and guilds. But for that, we need to define policies, and we need to talk about that, and we need to encourage that. So private concerns need to look like the government, like the Foreign Affairs Ministry. It's not only a question of economic power or having non-family names. No. This nation that we all love, we want to live in peace, need to address that. So I am empowering this to produce harm on others. No, I think we have room enough for all here in this nation. We need to have a shared vision of nation, of a prosperous nation. We all fit here. And private sector plays an important role in this. In the middle, at the core, public investment is not sufficient. Daniel, it's not sufficient. We require a private investment. Private investment that is effective, private investment to generate good development. And we need to continue building the country from that perspective and of close gaps. And in that, we believe that there is an important role for the other Colombia, the deep Colombia where many of the resources are. And I invite you to work, between government, private sector, business sector, in a development model that is resilient, inclusive, capable of generating prosperity and an environment of equality for the region, provinces, for different sectors, socio-economic sectors. Finally, I would like to transmit special appreciation to Andy and to AmShan, of course, to ANALDEX, to the Chamber of Commerce of the United States, to C8, for commitment to organize this event and building dialogue, allowing to have consolidate even better this relationship with the United States. And in that, Daniel, in the embassy, when I was ambassador some months ago, we were entering into a fluid dialogue with the private sector in all scenarios possible. And I think we need to keep that fluid dialogue, respectful one, of maybe different ideas, but at the end of the day, to contribute for the prosperity of the country. The U.S. has played an important role in that, and I believe that the environment of this bilateral relationship is good for that. We are talking about 30% of our exports. Yes, we need to transform the economy. We need to think of our main partners in that transformation. I have been a critical person of DFC. I couldn't criticize that as ambassador, but as a chancellor, I can, because I believe they can do more, invest more in Colombia in private sector, with special mechanisms. If the partnership for economic prosperity that we have built and President Petro has committed to, with President Biden is not good for that. It will be difficult to show that that relationship is moving forward with private sector. And from there, we can provide example, even for national dialogues. I don't know, Vice Minister Quintero, but sometimes you perceive that you should talk more with the private sector and private sector with us, of course. But the relationship with the United States could allow for that in that context. So that's my invitation for you today. I know that this dialogue of this afternoon will show us the path, and I wish you the best success because it will help to contribute this strong relationship. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Now we have the Charge of Affairs of the United States in Colombia, Mr. Francisco Palmieri. Good afternoon, everybody, todos y todas. I want to express my sincere appreciation to the Foreign Affairs Ministry and Chancellor Luis Gilberto Murillo, to the Vice Minister for Trade, Luis Felipe Quintero, and my colleague and friend for 38 years already, Ambassador Karen Sullivan, for taking your time to be with us here this afternoon. And also to say, Mr. Minister or Chancellor, that we have the best person possible in CFC, Larry Sachs is that person. Larry Sachs, well known by all of you. And look, he represents to have a chief development officer in that position, CFC. A new orientation from the organization will come from him. And even more, Colombia cannot have a better friend than Larry Sachs there and CFC. So for all private sector here, that he is open to conduct business with you. So this event, I think, shows the closing of this high-level dialogue between Colombia and the United States. A dialogue that is complex, that took 2 days of bilateral discussions about 8 main topics: rural transformation, public diplomacy, environment, and climate change, energy and infrastructure, human rights, the fight against drug trafficking, and rural security, migration, health, and technologies of the information and communication, ICTs. So this event follows the incredible dialogue of early this morning with civil society about climate change and its impact on environmental justice and ethnic or racial justice. As it will be mentioned by Ambassador Sullivan, you are a key component of this fabric that unites our 2 countries. Throughout my 2 years in Colombia, I have been impressed by the entrepreneurship spirit, the creativity, and the diligence shown by the private sector, right from the very small companies up to the largest corporations. Together, within the public and private spirit of cooperation, we can do great things and achieve great things. The agenda for this afternoon: popular economy, digital transformation, and energy transition present challenges, no doubt, but at the same time, key opportunities. Each one of these topics require of the experience, points of view, and knowledge of the private sector so as to move forward. Allow me to close by saying thank you all, dear panel members of the private sector, the Colombian government, and my government, the United States government, for participating and sharing your wisdom and knowledge with all of us today. The embassy also want to thank AmShang and the Council of American Companies and the Colombian U.S. Business Council for your cooperation and help in organizing this event of today. So, without anything else, many, many thanks for coming, for participating, and the path that is going to be a guide for all of us. Thank you.
Gracias, señor Palmieri.
Thank you, Mr. Palmiero. Now we have the Vice Minister for Foreign Trade, Luis Felipe Quintero.
Bien, muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon to Francisco Palmieri, Charge Affairs of the United States of America in Colombia, who has been with us for a little over 2 years, to Mr. Kevin Sullivan, Under Secretary of State for South America, and to the entire team that has traveled from Washington representing the U.S. government, and of course to our Foreign Affairs Minister, Luis Gilberto Murillo. Cordial greetings to all of you, to our designated ambassador to Washington, Daniel Garcia Peña, colleagues of government, special mention, of course, to AmCham, Chambers of Commerce, and the Analdex. I see you here. And to all of you for coming to this important dialogue. I mentioned in the private sector because one of the characteristics of this 11th version is the emphasis we wanted to provide as a government to participation of you. Colombia, there is a long tradition of dialogue with different guilds, chambers of commerce, and actually the private sector to discuss about all elements of public policy, in this case commercial and production that pertain, of course, are quite important for national economy. Over a year and a half ago, we received a mandate from government with general lines that I want to highlight to show you where we are. First of all, an emphasis, a basic concept, that is the need to promote an energy transition that will allow the Colombian economy to be a more sustainable economy, less and less dependent from coal and crude oil, and today are, let's say, 65% of the exporting basket, and at the same time allowing to promote sustainable productive processes. We prepare, under that mandate, a couple of policies, which are the policies for reindustrialization and foreign trade, with some additional components that are part of the National Development Plan. First of all, the instruments of public policy turn to the fight against inequality. Colombia is an equal country. It's not equipped. And we have the obligation as a government to make sure that all these instruments of policy are counteracting those inequalities. But there's an additional mandate derived from a changing world, a world that is really difficult right now, and that is to guarantee food security. Pandemics and wars, like the war between Russia and Ukraine, put us to think. Well, not only us, the entire planet is thinking about the need to be more self-sufficient and for food security. And let's remember that both pandemics and war generated a phenomena. Uh, that is the disruption of supply lines. That is not something theoretical. No, it's real and concrete effect that has translated into an increase in inflation, affecting the pockets of Colombian consumers. We want to generate policies to counteract this, looking to stimulate that sovereignty in general. So we have two policies. One, the reindustrialization policy, as I said before, is aimed to stimulate two sectors. Industry, first of all, to look for, first of all, food security for all Colombians. Number two, the reindustrialization that we have denominated for the defense of life, especially in shipbuilding and airspace and health. We found out with pandemics that we depend from others, from vaccines and medications. So good it would be that in Colombia we can develop, based on an industrial base, so to speak, that already exists, much stronger and self-sufficient health sector. So those two, among other policies and other sectors, but these two are the most important ones. As for foreign trade, the most important point got to do with foreign investment. Foreign investment is the main promoter or trigger that could, let's say, promote true structural change in Colombian economy. You are looking that foreign investment is concentrated less in mining and energy sectors, and that foreign investment reaching Colombia has another destination led by the to the ministries, renewable energies. As Foreign Trade, Industry, and Tourism Ministry, we want investments are, let's say, oriented downstream. No, so they're associated to the generation of renewable and power or energy. We highlight the importance of solar panels in Colombia, and there's already one producer of solar panels in Colombia. The entire technology used to produce eolic energy or wind power, it's important. Colombia not only, of course, produces the entire technology, part of that technology, but can travel a path and new with other sectors to produce it.
The second element of the commercial policy that it's worth highlighting on this occasion, it's the assessment of the trade agreements. And there was a claim, there was a very important call to revisit those commercial agreements to see what their benefits were. And I'm going to go back to the final agreement just to highlight that in regarding what's the productive and commercial areas, we have three main tools. One, it's this high-level dialogue, and then all the elements that our chancellor and the ambassador have had the opportunity to mention, and to which I'm going to make no reference, but I just want to highlight that it's very important. It's the space, the permanent interaction with our private sector. And the second component of our commercial relation, it's HAPE, which is an initiative of the Biden administration that will group several countries in the region seeking for a common goal. That it's the development of the hemisphere, the stimulation of supply chains, and what we call the new shoring, which is something that to attract foreign investments that are leaving Asia so that they relocate in the national territory. And these are two tools, a high-level dialogue and APE. And the third one, in where I need to delve a little bit, it's our commercial promotion agreement that's been effective for the last 2 years. And I want to talk about this commercial agreement because it's one that has been very highly evaluated by the national government, which is why during the last months, we did an agreement along with the U.S. government, a very detailed regarding the scope of the agreement and the way in which we can improve the commercial agreement, its usage, and its implementation. And we have activated the mechanisms that we have foreseeable for these products. We have 9 committees and technical groups throughout the last year with several conclusions about it. When we talk about the phytosanitary and the sanitary and topics, it's very important that our products have a sanitary record for the U.S. in a reasonable time. We've been looking for 10 years. We've been looking forward to entering the market and with meat, both for meat, chicken, and also we would like to fulfill the requirements, but we do know that those products be passed so that we can have a real access to the U.S. market. The preference that we received in the agreement cannot be possible if we don't have the permit in the U.S. market. And when we talk about the trade and we talk about the goods market, the most important things that we want, it's that we respect what's been agreed on the commercial agreement and that we keep on the preferences, that we can reestablish the preferences that were granted in steel and aluminum. That because of and these products that have an excessive tariff because of the resolution 232 that was taken by the prior agreement that increased the tariffs of steel and aluminum, and they are not acknowledging what's been agreed. Another very important, we established in the commercial agreement a clause for extended accumulation for the textile sector. It's the textile producers need a supply of threads, and they need artificial synthetic fibers that come from countries from Mexico that is not part of this trade agreement. And therefore, we want to develop the possibility that extended accumulation, it's said in the commercial agreement. This hasn't happened despite the fact that there's a clause to be able to activate this possibility. And therefore, when we talk about professional services, we want to expand the service list, and beyond that, with the need of that we facilitate the access of our professionals to the service markets in the U.S. When we talk about public procurement, we've proposed to expand the list of states that are only 17 of the 51 states are covered by the trade agreement, and we expand the public contracting, and also that the government of the U.S. help us to navigate the complex world of public procurement, because a Colombian bidder that wants to participate in a public procurement has to navigate through several pages and information systems, and it's not a clear and transparent process. And to be able to take advantage of this chapter, we need the effort that I've just mentioned. When we talk about investment, we've proposed not to modify the text of the agreement, but we need to clarify some of the provisions that are included in the commercial agreement, where we talk about the investment protection standards as transparency, the minimal level of the agreement, that are provisions that are sometimes used by foreign investors, I have to say it, and are against the Colombian state, that costs us money and legal processes that are not required. I want to say that those clauses would help a lot to be able to establish a balanced statement between the foreign investors and the states. These are some of the elements of the trade agreement that we are dealing with, that are under this current discussion, and we would like to complete with very positive responses that done by the subcommittees. We just need to organize a committee to the access to goods, and also the general meeting of the Free Trade Commission, which is what regulates, where we expect to derive the results of all this activity, and we do hope that they have positive outcomes for both countries. And finally, I come from a debate in a conference where we were able to observe two things: is that the commercial statement, which is what we see that that it's a negative balance for Colombia in as a whole, but it's positive in the farming sector. And we have a positive balance in the positive sector, and this is very simple because our exports and flowers, it's more than $1,000 million, and the imports it's like and we import corn. That's why we have a positive balance in the farming sector. In the last years, we've seen in that exporting basket, we also have important goods, important accomplishment as the Hass avocado, tilapia, and tropical fruits. But it's not enough. It's not enough. It's never going to be enough for us to be able to establish the exporting diversity that we have of the Colombian basket. When we check out the basket, it's practically static. We have exports for hydrocarbons that what's to dominate the coffee we have in the flowers. And we want more things, and we can offer more. When we look to the south, when we look towards the Andean community, I discovered an exporting basket to the Ecuador, to Peru, and that it's in Bolivia, that it's much more diverse, and the products that have more added value that goes to those markets in a very successful manner. And that's why we need to work. And therefore, those products that they scale their production level and that they get to other products, and this is the big debt that we have, that we are able to diversify and expand our offer. And in the U.S., and we cannot do it, and without the help of the Colombian market, and we cannot able to do it, and without the active participation of the private sector. And that's why it's important. And we need to say that together we can move faster, but together we can be faster. Okay, Vice Minister, thank you. Now we're going to listen to the Subsecretary of State for the Latin America of the Department of State of the U.S., the Ambassador Kevin Sullivan. Okay, good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, and the Vice Minister Quintero. And thank you so much for welcoming us all this afternoon. And the truth is that it's an honor for me to be able to participate along with you and along with my great friend, the business, Paco Palmieri, to be able to open up this space of dialogue between the government, between our governments, the different companies and other stakeholders. I would like in particular to thank the Minister Murillo for his leadership in promoting that this event turns into a permanent component of the high-level dialogues between the U.S. and Colombia. My friend Paco has talked about the content of this high-level dialogue that for me has been very valuable, but this component also adds a lot of value to the exchange between the governments. And I would also like to acknowledge the leadership of Chancellor Murillo with his about the importance of diversity, even and they even add value, and it enriches the conversations, the strategic conversations, and which is something that we value a lot in the U.S. And our solid relationship with Colombia derives from the dynamism of the private sector. And the U.S., as you know, the U.S. it's still the first foreign investor and the biggest commercial ally from Colombia. The U.S. companies have represented more than 20% of the events, and therefore that during the 3 decades, and we can see that in last year, 2023. we can see that they represent a 30% of the direct foreign investments. We can see that almost 500 U.S. companies have representing a business in Colombia, and this this thing have created a lot of forming, and this contributes a lot to the economy through payment of taxes and also facilitating the transfer and a lot of knowledge. And they wanted to create a business climate when the investors want to increase future investments with complete with a lot of trust. It's one of the best ways in which Colombia and the Colombians are able to develop all their potentials. We can say that the Colombian companies have also obtained very important benefits with our free trade agreements that offer an opportunity to diversify the sales and to access the and that's why in 2023, the U.S. represented 27% of the exports, of the total exports in Colombia. And that's why with the adequate policies, Colombia can improve their participation furthermore in value chains, as Vice Minister Quintero well said, and to send signals to international markets that would allow them to capitalize the nearshoring, the trending as we talked about, and when we talk about, we can say that Colombia has the potential of complementing on strengthening even more their mutual economies and increasing the continuous growth, the trust and prosperity. And we can say that Vice Minister Quintero talked about a lot of topics. And they talked very important topics. It's because, and we have some concerns about the commercial agenda. And these are topics that we can manage through the value mechanisms of the free trade agreements, and that was mentioned by the Vice Minister, and also with our colleagues of USTR, and therefore we can do this. We can talk about these topics. And I also think that it was the Chancellor that just mentioned that the partnership for the prosperity of the Americas and what they call the APEP, that it's an initiative that it's priority for Biden administration. And we can say that it's a high-level forum so that the U.S. and Colombia together along with other countries in the region can work together to expand the economic integration, something that we have been seeking for many years, and to create very good jobs in the whole region that promote competitivity, resilience, and also innovation in our dear region of the Americas. And therefore, which is we have the partnership for prosperity, where we work in topics that go from the development of the digital workforce and also entrepreneurship, as well this way of energy as in energy sources like green hydrogen, and also a sustainable infrastructure for health. And we can say that the partnership also has a growing list of partners. And then later on, you are going to listen about the partnership for the Americas. This is just a new initiative amongst about the Financial Corporation for International Development of the U.S., the famous DFC that we were talking about. And we also want more DFC for Colombia. And this partnership with IIDB, through IIDB Invest, it allows to manage millions of dollars to be able to support a high quality investment in the whole hemisphere, obviously, including Colombia, and either at the regional level through APEP or through And also through this activity today, the dialogue is essential to be able to trace a pathway towards prosperity, as well as the companies cannot avoid the law. We as a government cannot operate in a vacuum. We need to nourish ourselves from the recommendations and experience of the private sector. And that's why the challenges that we face as a country are huge and complex. And that's why and that brings a lot of opportunities and healthy debates to be able to contribute and to have higher levels of consensus and more collaborations between the private sectors and also the government. There's so much that we can accomplish together. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you, Mr. Sullivan. We would like to thank the four high-level delegates of the both countries for their warm welcome for the inauguration of this conference, or this event. Right now, we're going to tell you about the methodology for the panels. The dialogue with the business sector as part of the 11th high-level dialogue between Colombia and the U.S. It's made up by three discussion panels. The first one is going to be about popular economy and rural transformation. That it's going to be from 2:30 to 3:15. The second panel, which is digital transformation, is going to be from 30 to 4:15. And according to the agenda, the third panel will be done from 4:15 to 5:15 p.m. And it's going to be about energy transition. Energy transition. And we are going to complete this. Okay, after this, we're going to initiate the panel, Popular Economy and Rural Transformation, with likes to foster a dialogue and exchange of experience regarding the role of cooperation based on the process of formalization onto the export to the U.S., the integration to chain values and opportunities in the sector, as well as to discuss the coordination of the government and the private sector and the initiatives regarding popular economy and bilateral work with the U.S. I would like to invite the moderator, Mr. Santiago Marroquin, who is the Executive VP of the Chamber of AmCham, and who is going to present the panelists that are going to be with us today.
Señor Marroquín, tiene usted la palabra.
You have the floor, Mr. Marroquin.
Muy buenas tardes para todos.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. The first thing is that I would like to thank the U.S. Embassy and the Chancellor's office to open up this space for a business dialogue where we think that this is one of the most important elements that can feed the high-level dialogues that have been already closed. And with this beginning, I'm going to announce my panelists, and I'm going to start with Dr. Maria Paula Cano, who's the VP of Corporate and Government Affairs of PepsiCo, and also Oscar Gamboa, the executive director of Amun Afro, and which is the National Association of Municipality City Halls with Afro-descendant population, Mr. Greg Howell, who is the senior appointed for Latin in the Caribbean of USAID, and Boris Woolner, that is the CEO of Green Coffee Company. Okay, then, and welcome all, and thank you so much for being here with us. And I think that we have a topic that, which is very complex, and therefore we have the popular economy. And honestly, when we initiated this concept of popular economy, we can say that the business sectors, we didn't understand really well what was the scope and what was that's why. Oh, sorry, Jose David Quintero, who is the director of SMEs in the foreign and the foreign trade minister, sorry. And talking about popular economy, as we can say, this has been a very complex topic to understand, and with some difficulties in the execution. And we can say that popular economy was defined by the National Development Plan, and there is no definition, there's no academic definition, there is no economic definition as such, but we can say that the National Development Plan brings us a definition that I'm going to read because I think that it's very important that we are clear the context in which this dialogue takes place. The National Development Plan determines and defines a popular economy as the trades and the occupations, production, distribution of goods and services, and which is non-trade, which is domestic community that are developed by micro businesses, family business, micro companies in any economic sector. I want to make a very important comment. We don't need to understand that popular economy, it's the same. We cannot say that popular economy, it's the same thing as the informal sector, or no, many of these business are part of the formal sector. It's just that they have a low productive scale. And why do I want to start with this definition and giving this context? That it's part of the panel that we have. It's to be able to set into context the work that the companies have been developing and trying to understand this new concept. And additionally, it's the impact that it should have for the development of the slow scale business persons, so that this traders, so that they can develop productive activities that can be coordinated, that they can be part of the productive value chains, and in a very specific moment to be able to get to exports. With this small context, I would like to start with the first question, and as this is a high-level dialogue with business persons, I'm going to start with the business sector. I'm going to start with Maria Paula, and the first question is, in what way could the U.S. companies collaborate with the SMEs and cooperatives to be able to co-create value chains that not only benefit the global markets, but that they also strengthen the popular social economy in ensuring an egalitarian distribution of income and increasing social economic inclusion. Okay, thank you so much for the invitation to this dialogue. I would like to tell you a little bit about PepsiCo. PepsiCo is an agro-farming industry. We are a global company, but we act as a local company. And I want to be very emphatic because we wanted to buy local raw materials. Today, I can tell you that we are the biggest procurer of green plantain and potatoes in Colombia. We also buy corn. I cannot say 100%, but we would like to have that. Therefore, our focus is to seek that the farming raw materials can be procured locally. And when we start to think about the potato and green plantain producers, most of the potato and small plantain and green plantain are small growers. So some of them are small producers, small growers. They only have 3 hectares. And this is when one says, okay, I cannot just look at the big farmers, but I do have a commitment to develop that small potato growing. And from there, we have the calling to develop this small farmers, and we've been working in different territories to be able to allow for this farmers work as in partners, so that they can be part of value chains as PepsiCo, because it's very hard to be able to connect and make business directly with the small farmers. And when we are able to obtain this kind of partnership, there are so many benefits. The topic of the scale, the type of negotiations, being able to to buy fertilizers in a much more at a higher scale. There are some very significant businesses in the partnership to be able to include them in the value chain. So we're also focusing and strengthening the rural women. There is a very important gap because we do know that less than 20% of the land is in the hands of women. That's why we have a very important challenge in their data by FAO that said that if women farmers had the same resources as men, the rural productivity would increase 20-30%. That's why it makes sense to work with these small producers, with rural women, to empower them and to be able to connect them to this value chains. I have an example that has had a very big impact. This is the second year of this project. This is a project that we have in Nariño, and we are working nowadays. We can say that we are able to get to 17,000 people that are benefited by this project. We started from an investment of PepsiCo Global for $4,000 million, and the national government through the farming minister. It's now the agriculture ministry is now part of the project, and we were able to increase the coverage to 13,000, from 13,000 beneficiaries to 17,000 beneficiaries. This is a example that these private-public partnerships can be accomplished when we have common goals, when we can also generate many more. We can expand the scope, and expand the scales, because when we work alone, the scale is not that big. And I think that this is the way in which we can support, we can check out the local realities, and therefore we need to connect with the chain values of our companies, and where so that there's a sustainable development. This is what I say, how we see it in PepsiCo, and that can support these popular economies. Okay, thank you so much, Maria Paula Boris.
Well, thank you for the opportunity, Santiago and Marapolo. I'm delighted to see what you have done, because it's an industrial company that has been conducting this type of schemes for a long time now. And for us, it has been a new focus to find out what others are doing so we can change. Now, in the coffee growing sector, I think it's quite different. Different because of why? Well, 95% of coffee grower producer has less than 5 hectares, but we have 120 years of history of associative work that has been led by the National Federation of Coffee Growers. But it doesn't mean that we don't have a possibility of having a differential focus and work to increase the income of our farmers in Colombia. During the 120 years, we have strengthened the small producer so he can produce small, deliver, but so far we have been able to make stronger the supply lines, improve the quality of the product so they can sell at a better price. And that is what why we took the decision to make a big-scale investment to process in a better way coffee to have a better quality at the end of the process. And in addition to that, what we have been doing is a verticalization scheme or strategy in the business, which allow us, let's remember that we start producing, and last year we opened the first opportunity for procurement, 80 to 70 farmers, and we have today 450. Hopefully by the end of the year we have over 500 from which we are buying at their own site. This is a pilot plan. We have invested $70 million to put in place the right infrastructure so we can reach that farmer and improve the quality of the product. What we have seen? Well, we have seen that the production capacity of coffee continues to be the same. We are working on a productive scheme, but the production cost has been increasing as time goes by, and money being recognized to the producer for their coffee is not enough. So as he have a constant income in time. So how to close that gap and that the producer can have a better income at the end of the day. And for that, we need to turn that productive change in a vertical scheme to reach the final or end user. And that's something we have been working on lately with an associative scheme with producers. Those of us that have been organizing ourselves, let's say, to have a better product in the end and have special quality of coffees, gourmet coffees, that have a better price than the traditional producer may have. In addition to that, we are going something even more complex. Not only we can buy coffee, we need to generate what you have done in PepsiCo to work together, and I say to help them with fertilizers, etc., etc. So how to work with cooperatives, how to work with small producer, how we work with let's say, and by the Colombian government, by the National Coffee Fund, has a good purchasing power, but has to make sure that the minimum price that the farmer is going to perceive is the minimum fair trade price, covering his expenses and allowing him to live in a dignified way. That's what we have as a company. That's what we have as baseline to continue working. And of course, working together with the federation, with the peasants of whatever zone, with different international companies even. We are working with JARA when it comes to fertilizers to reach the peasants or farmers with good prices. We're working also with loans, how to deliver loans to the producer, given them purchasing capacity to buy fertilizers, for instance, and we pay against the product. We get paid against the product they give us to us. But how to generate value along the entire productive chain? What can we do with the subproduct, the byproducts? We take advantage of the nut, but there are many byproducts. So how to produce bioethanol? With this remains and engage into a circular economy scheme so that we can provide more income to the farmer as a result of the selling of these byproducts. And with that, and actually what we want is the farmer, as from a share value scheme, we can grow all. I think that's the challenge that we have, not only us, but in general, all companies that are in the coffee growing sector, to grow in the Colombian agro-industry, and I'm convinced that if we invest in the countryside and the agricultural sector, and we are going to have long-lasting peace. We don't provide jobs, and the country for farmers, we don't be able to reach that peace. Many thanks. Now, considering what you both said in respect to the work you had developed, cooperative work, and you highlighted the importance of that work. That gives me ground to ask the following question that was for the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Tourism, to Jose David. Considering the interests of the Colombian government in strengthening the community participation when it comes to economic development, what strategies could be implemented together, I mean, between private sectors and the Colombian government, to make sure that investments in rural areas of difficult access can contribute effectively to the creation of robust economies in those places? And this question I would pose to Minister to the he can prepare himself. Thank you. Well, I'll introduce myself, Jose David Quintero, Director of SMEs of Trade, Industry, and Tourism Ministry. I'm going to take advantage of this question to continue providing the explanation Santiago was giving about popular economy, because I think, quite importantly, that there is differentiation to be made now to, let's say, informality and popular economy. They are two different things. When you go out and look at the definition of popular economy, part of the National Development Plan, you will find that the first part would not make any difference between the current business fabric, mercantile, jobs, distribution, and commercialization of goods and services, in general terms. So far, I consider that any company, any size, and any sector fit in that definition. But if we go down, scroll down, we find other aspects such as non-mercantile activities, domestic or community, by low or small-scale entities. There are other players of this fabric that are part of this definition then. and instead of, let's say, have an exact definition of what is popular economy, because I think this is a quite complex exercise, perhaps we can determine what are the common characteristics of productive units of micro businesses and that are part of this segment. Maybe companies, they have not so much working capital, low productivity, not much of a scientific knowledge, don't have access to formal funding, and they have a good presence of family members, not competitive, and there is a big or huge structural heterogeneity depending on where it's located. And in that sense, the work will be to revise what the popular economy is looking for, to recognize its practices, economic practice that is, in the popular parts of the sectors that are part of the groups, society, subjects, or recognized as productive subjects, rather. So when we have these elements and characteristics, maybe we can find some communication channels over which we can coordinate from private sector, government, and different popular economy segments to develop their businesses. Now, before the question you just posed, I retake words pronounced by Mario Paula. You mentioned important elements in your speech that we share and that we are working upon them in the ministry. Maybe don't have the sufficient scale so as to produce a better impact. Productive change, for instance, was one of them. To be able to accompany companies of low scale in closing the productive gaps, commercial gaps, technological gaps, so as to establish good development and moving those concerns to a much more productive businesses like the one PepsiCo is doing. That's a good scheme. Or for Green Coffee Company, for instance, it's precisely that. Sometimes instruments and public policies established by the government that are directed in that direction do not have the sufficient scale so as to reach the number of population you want to. And that is when the coordination between private sector and government is important, and to other cooperating agents to reach these faraway territories and have a better coordination and scale of the interventions, because clearly we share the same objectives, common ones, and that is to develop productive units, give them competitiveness, and be part of regional value chains and global value chains. And in that sense, I think that another fundamental aspect that I think we should start working on is how through digital appropriation processes, digital transformation, that is, we can accompany these productive units. They are examples, not large scale, but small scale, that through which innovative technological processes we can close brokerage and do close business with fair prices for farmers or small producers. And in that sense, any support that we can receive private sector that have a better knowledge and appropriation of technologies and part of their economic models is welcome. And also from the United States government, of course, so to download those innovative technologies that at the end of the day could help in chaining all these values, taking them to micro businesses, micro companies, and help them to be more competitive. Thank you. Now, Oscar, it's your turn. Many thanks. First of all, I'm going to. I felt that you were kind of named Monafro. You had trouble in that, but I want to make clear who I represent. Monafro is the National Association of City Mayors that have Afro descendants in their population. Not Afro mayors, but mayors of towns and villages that have Afro descendants. 172 of them, men and women, are part of this. Well, funny enough, my presence here, more than being up to date what companies, businessmen and businesswomen express, is actually the complement and the other angle of the natural supply that there is Because funny enough, these municipalities with Afro population, or in these municipalities with Afro population, there is a sui generis environmental supply. Mining, fishing, going through farming, but the business dynamics can miss a big opportunity if we don't coordinate well, decisively, with the expression called productivity and raw materials. Uh, Now, putting all this in context, and I'm going to use recurrent sentences, normally used in this type of panels, like to add value. If we coordinate well, without any fear, which is, by the way, the first invitation I will make to my colleague members here that represent such important segment, not to fear the interaction with these sectors and environments that historically has not been part of the circuit, so to speak, of trade, productivity, etc., etc. And look at the value that we can add to them, to the environment to start with. Because if we potentialize productive capabilities from the artisan point of view, we are going to have better use of ground and better treatment to the environment. In other words, to my judgment, the worst enemy of climate change, environmental problems, it's poverty, really. Yeah, poverty. What other value can we add? To peace, that so much we need, precisely in those territories I'm referring to, the deep Colombia, because when there are no options of being part of that circuit dimension that require, let's say, some sort of approach, really, the hectares will be planted with coca, and they will continue to be there, and illegal mining will continue to exist. And all those externalities derive from those two practices. We know them, and we are not going to talk about them, not to put a negative impact in what I'm going to say. And what other value can we add? Well, the participation of those inhabitants of Deep Colombia that are asking land strip to land, but they don't know where or with whom. And here we have with whom in this role. So that's why I was saying we need to not be fearful of that approach. This type of panels and conversation should be pragmatic. I want to offer you to 172 municipalities so we can sit down together after this panel and talk and identify, because those opportunities, there are tremendous opportunities out there. And let me end by telling you that about a month ago I was visiting Atlanta, participating in the Afro City Mayors of the United States. My friend here of USA was there with me. We have a partnership between Afro City Mayors of Colombian municipalities with the Afro Mayors Association of the United States. And in Atlanta, I sat down with the new chairman of the African American Mayors Association of Montgomery, Alabama, and we agreed to create a task force. Mr. Ambassador, the embassy will be a strong player in this new coordination effort. And the MOU that we signed include a commercial item, cultural item, and sports item as well. And so I believe that that message that President Petro has sent several times, that we need to promote the diplomacy of peoples, well, that it's inviting us, that subnational governments be players of that. So I'm offering that scenario precisely, where we can coordinate, also potentialize what need to be potentialized, and to harvest what we need to harvest. Well, many thanks for taking me out of that doubt of Monafro. Now, this question is for Greg. Yes. And how could private sectors in the United States and Colombia and Colombian government develop together to put in place technical assistance training programs to support small producers, helping them to expand their business? USAID historically has been working on these topics before and has led in the country, making even important investment, both from human resources point of view and economic resources around this project. Thank you, Santiago, and thanks for the invitation for having me here in this important event. There's a high-level dialogue, and I want to share with you some initiatives that are already ongoing that have produced a good impact here in Colombia. And currently, USAID have two different partnerships to offer funding services to small, micro, and medium-sized companies even. And that's the most recent partnership, and it was formed with the Banco Agrario. It's a public bank, but we also have entered into partnership with other banks, much larger ones like Da Vivienda and Bancolombia, and financial cooperatives, microfinances banks like Banca Mia, and insurance organizations and financial NGOs such the Foundation for Women. And through these partnerships, we'll be able to mobilize over $150 million dedicated to financial services for to help 200,000 SMEs, and that include farmers, rural producers in general, in different locations, especially those affected by the conflict. Also, USAID is not only partnering with this financial public entities, but we have created a series of incentives, technical assistance to work with the private financial sector to support the popular economy and offer options to reduce risk, for instance, for which purpose they provide the services to the most needed population. We also have an excellent relationship with DFC, and I heard that there is a representative here with us of DFC. So Mr. Larry Sachs will be sharing more about this topic with him. And we offer financial services. The USAID, besides that, is going to support the creation of over 4,000 new SMEs, including migrants and including helping other 6,000 existing, like in Propas, in the lower river, Cauca River Basin. So we are working more and more with Afro-descending communities and indigenous communities. But for us, and because it's all about popular economy, we need to find innovative options and the right schemes for medium-sized and small companies that can participate in this popular economy successfully. If you have other innovative ideas about this, to co-create more partnership with USAID, well, we are ready to talk about that with you and today and future. So many thanks. Greg, thanks a lot. Taking advantage of that communication with Mara Paula, maybe Mara Paula can tell us a little bit about that. We all have already some understanding about that. Yes, just to share you that we are working on an initiative that was one that was born in World Economic Forum to develop farming innovative centers working on technology for the farming sector and take technology to the countryside. And we have been working a lot on this because we want more robust, stronger ecosystem. So it is not only one private company with corporations, etc., but many private sectors working with international cooperation directly with governments, with the academia, with organizations that have experience in farming sector. And we started a project, by the way. We have a farming excellence center located in Boyacá, where it's focusing on regenerative farming. We are working there on soils, rotation of crops, working on fertilizers, and biofertilizers. So how to take those innovations to the countryside to improve productivity. We are very happy with this initiative, but we need much more resources so as to generate scale, to scale up. We're still working on a small scale. This is more of a pilot than anything else. This is to show that it's possible. But we want to have more of this type and expand that to crops. We are rotating to crops, potato and barley, but we want to take the same model to other territories, one for the coffee growing region, to the Amazon even, and how to, say, install these centers of excellence in other places. So to take this good agricultural practice to different territories and improve productivity over there. That's what we're doing, and we need to would like to involve more players in this project so as to generate a larger scale. Thank you, Madam Paul. I would like to go back here with my friend Oscar.
Quisiera preguntarle,
And I would like to ask him, what will be those funding structures that are more efficient so they can reach the remote territories and promote investment in micro, small companies in rural areas, as I said, specifically in those municipalities that have a majority Afro descendants, so that they are, at the end of the day, more sustainable. Now, given the existing asymmetries that are between the deep Colombia and the visible Colombia, there's a huge challenge there. And sustainability, that word, I assimilate as having capacity. Good capacity because it's the capacity that we're allowed to provide good management. And in that, we require a transitional stage with the right funding, support, to create this capability. But what would be the starting point? There should be a flow system of funds, type trust, light. What I mean by light, weight, light. So that is easy to handle and not so complicated, so resources can arrive there. One of those that are in the industry and trade ministry that know a lot about the micro struggle in the territories, no, with these loans that are not provided by banks but individuals. We call them here gota gota, or drop by drop. That's the misery of the small salesman in the street. The advantage it is that it's immediate. You need it, they give to you the money. There's no paperwork, etc. So what I mean by light is that we cannot, due to the lack of administrative and connectivity, we cannot put in place barriers for these people to arrive to the funds and move forward slowly. At the same time, strengthen their capacity to pay. Because if they have the capacity to do it by themselves, sustainability comes. We don't need sponsors to guide us, but we can walk by our own. So a transitional scheme with a light trust system in place and could build and capability building so that we at some point in time can leave these persons by themselves, walking alone, but with their own management criteria, and that's sustainability. Boris, I would like to have another view, the business view of this. How can you provide support to those type of projects and funding and real development towards the sustainability? That's what we'll be looking for. As Oscar mentioned, sometimes it's just the coaching initial, no, and then the coaching disappears and the project disappears with that. So I want to resort to your knowledge to maybe give us a light on that. Well, I'm trying to touch that with a previous experience that is quite interesting, one that I had before my current position. In past lives, 15 years ago, I was in the generation of opportunities for new income. And we focus always in the same. We always found the same problem. I mean, so how do we reach the farmer, or the producer, or the SME? So to provide them with a work that is good and dignified. Now, first, access to loans is impossible at that point in time. We had a problem, and I was delighted to hear something, my partner named there, scale up. We have a problem of scale in Colombia, and we can make investments everywhere and reach different parts of the country with micro loans and provide capability building with producers located in Jopal, perhaps that is dedicated to woodworking, you know. But if I reach the American market, 5 or 6 pieces that I produce is nothing from the American market. So if we don't start changing that type of mentality, that's why I went back in time and now I'm back in present. We need to have productive scales allowing us to reach the real market. So much we invest in, we access loans, etc. Very simple one that will be disbursed in one day to the next. If we don't have a scale sufficient to export and provide added value that you mentioned as well, no, we cannot provide added value with the right scale to reach the American market. You have examples here in the Colombian market, like the bocadillo. When the first order arrived, the person was prepared for 1 container, but the order was for 50 containers. So he stopped exporting or couldn't export. The idea is to work at another scale. There are American companies, there are companies from other places that want to invest here to scale up. The scale is to have a small plot of land, allowing us to process the quantities that the market is asking for. Well, we were reaching nowhere. So scale up. Credit is another thing. We need to create systems allowing us to deliver that money, that disbursement, so that we businessmen are not risking to lose money. That's what happens oftentimes. Agriculture by contract, sometimes people think that you give the money, but the product is not in there. But we don't have guarantees, to, let's say, find the solution to that problem. I don't have a guarantee, and that producer with some sort of guarantee backing him from government or else, well, that will be good. But if not, that's my problem. My problem as producer or funder. I'm willing to invest and to provide coaching to help producing put in place the infrastructure, grow it more and more. But if I don't have a guarantee allowing me that if I give 100 pesos and I am sure that I can recover those 100 pesos sometime in future, well, I won't go into that. I cannot think that I'm going to give money away to people if I'm not going to recover that, because I will go broke. So I need to be sustainable as a businessman. If I'm a company or business, I'm not sustainable. I cannot pay wages to the 500 or 1,000 employees and workers that I have. I won't be able to do that because I'm losing my financial resources. So we need to change that mentality. What to do? So all of us can put in place that mechanism that we can give the money but recover it sometime after that. There are examples by Finagro, for instance, that can have schemes of guarantees, but not us to be the collateral. Yes, you can provide the funds to the small producer, but I am the collateral of that small producer. Well, no logic in that. So we need to change that method to provide soft loans to producers so that we can grow alongside them.
Jose,
Jose, I would like that you from the minister could tell us a little bit, what are you developing, what are you doing with regards to this topic? What are the policies that have been established to be able to establish this public-private work regarding this that we're talking about? Well, first of all, Santiago, right now, yes, we can see that regarding the access to funding, there are some problems because the government policies have been like established or stagnant to doing like rediscount lines, and we haven't found for alternative mechanisms. that allow us to have a different way to doing this match between the business persons and the SMEs. I'm talking about the big companies and the SMEs producers. Right now, we are developing, along with the Swiss Corporation, some schemes from some different kinds of different or alternative financial products, and we've developed through embedded finances examples that we have seen that can work, like what Bavaria has with people who work in stores, and how we can develop a funding where there can be like compensation between the small producers, the micro, and also the company that procures, or the anchor company, through the guarantee based on the knowledge of the information of that business person, their cash flows, the harvest time, the requirements, and that the credit, it's focused in being able to fund the business person once they establish the production against the sale that can be done with a price, with a fair price, so that there is a profitability that allows the business person to cover its expenses and to generate some profit that allows it to grow his business. And therefore, in this sense, we have meets of financial tools that we're developing, because on the one hand, we continue with our traditional credit lines, and some are focused in some specific populations, as it's the case of Creo, which is a credit that it's focused on a popular economy, low amount productive credits, rediscount lines that we've developed through our second floor bank, which is Bancoldex, but also this new alternative financial tools. Additionally, we also see that in some occasions it's not just credit or loans. We need other types of warranties, not only to support the scheme of the national guarantees funds. We also are trying to create solidarity circles where we may have other additional guarantee schemes that are focused on what we're considering as popular economy and micro businesses or productive lines. And finally, a topic that it's associated to insurance. And with insurance, we've moved forward in some points as parametric and insurance, but we're just focused in micro businesses or micro insurances. But I do believe that we needed to do a change in focus. We cannot continue talking about small premiums and small insurable amounts, but we need to see how we analyze what are the risks of each productive sector to be able to adjust the insurance schemes that fulfill the risks of these sectors. We are also studying the possibility of how we work on the parametric insurance that have been established on farming insurance to be able to send them to other productive sectors. How can we establish a parameter that gets enabled for the industrial sector, manufacturing, and that it's because it activates because there's a road blockage or a landslide or some kind of protest, but it's an additional tool that allows them to have an insurance in their cash flow. Okay, because of time, we're not going to be able to keep on with the questions, but I just wanted to say a final message by each of you, because we need to take advantage of this space. What's the final message for the government please, let's start with Jose. You are the government, but what would be your message? Yes, I'm the government, yes, but I do think that the message, it's always working in a coordinated manner. Sometimes we see that in the region, there are actions that are developed by other government institutions where we have similar skills by the private sector that tries to do a support based on the social responsibility, but also its business perspective cooperation, where they also have working schemes in the territories, but sometimes we're not coordinated. Therefore, I think that an additional topic is to work in a very coordinated manner, between the governments, but also the government with the private sector, with people that cooperate, so that we can have a higher scale of the interventions that we do in the territories, and that we see much much more impactful results, and that we can, and that give us change the transformation of the economic model that President Petro's government seeks. Okay, thank you. I think that we need to collaborate to maximize our resources between both governments and certainly with the private sector. And this example of Nariño, it's perfect, and we're going to continue with this effort in the future. Thank you. Maria Paul. Okay, I agree. I think that we have to leave aside, vanity aside, and have a common goal, which is to develop the country and work for this country and to strengthen these public-private partnerships that we're talking about to be able to develop this country and to generate a higher scale. Okay, from the deep but rich Colombia, and that don't be afraid and break and to be disruptive with history and to break those paradigms and to find yourself from the scale that it's going to become a larger scale between the business, this business like a Colombia of the cooperation and that Colombia of the Colombians that from Tumaco to Punta Gallina are waiting for you with open arms. And okay, I think that to think outside the box, I think that we in Colombia still have the focus that everything is small. I think that if we think that we can do everything big scale, that we can change the paradigms, that we can work together. And I think that we can do everything together. We have a clear decision. It's how to improve what we do on a daily basis, how to improve the environment, how do we work with the mothers, how do we work with the community. And we have an added value, a shared value. We're going to generate what we want, which is a very rich country. In the deep Colombia, that for me it's not deep, because the truth is that Colombia is so diverse that I don't know, it's amazing. But if we think outside the box and we started to act beside just saying, I think we can change this country. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias. De esta manera concluimos el.
We're going to MIA 15 minutes panel, and we're going to invite you to a coffee and to enjoy a small snack outside the auditorium. See you back at 4:10 p.m. Thank you.
Come undone.
Con el tercer panel continuaremos el diálogo que se realiza en modalidad.
Okay, this hybrid dialogue through the social networks of the Chancellorship of Colombia, and it's also being broadcasted in English through the U.S. Embassy in Bogota. And therefore, the third panel, it's called Digital Transformation. And we would like to invite the moderator, Lorena Guarnizo, who is the manager of corporate affairs of SEA, so that she is here at the podium as well.
Listas para que se ubiquen en sus asientos.
Ana Marina Jiménez,
Santiago Orduz, Esteban Molina, Belfor Fabio García Henao y Mar Culinane.
Uno.
Este panel busca discutir sobre
Okay, we're going to talk about digital transformation, AI, and its regulation, interactions of SMEs with big companies, digital infrastructure, and also technical digital literacy, and also in smart city.
la palabra
And Ms. Lorena Guarnizo, who is the manager for corporate affairs of SEA Colombia and the moderator of this panel.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Buenas tardes a todos.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much to the Chancellorship and the U.S. government for this invitation and for allowing us to participate in this high-level dialogues in this closure and conversation with the private companies. That it's going to be very interesting, and also we are going to be able to have the opportunity in this panel to listen what's happening in this meetings that are happening, and also what's happened at the private level between the governments. And we're going to be able to listen to the Vice Minister to tell us a little bit more about the topic. I think that I love this topic. I think that it's a topic that doesn't fight. Everybody likes technology. And I think that it's a pleasure to be able to moderate this conversation and also to have digital transformations amongst many other elements. But we can say that amongst the main ones, we can see that we have infrastructure, that there's connectivity, that there are, of course, the technological tools, and of course, all that the people knows how to use these tools, that there is that the population, that the companies can use those tools. And I think that these are the topics upon which I would like to talk about this afternoon. Of course, these topics, although most of them are very cool, they also have challenges, and I think that we are going to talk a little bit about the challenges that digital transformation has. And okay, we are going to start from that topic of infrastructure, the deployment, because without infrastructure, there's no connectivity, and therefore the tools are not going to work, and that's why we don't need appropriation, because what for? And we are going to start with Carlos. Carlos, you as a representative of American Tower in Colombia, could you please tell us how are we able for Colombia to optimize the deployment of the telecommunications infrastructure? And we've talked so much about closing the gap, of being much more diverse, of including the people. And how do you achieve this infrastructure deployment? How are we able to capture benefits for the population, social and economic benefits? Therefore, go ahead. Okay, I am so pleased about this invitation. I would like to thank the Chancellorship and the U.S. Embassy. And yes, of course, infrastructure, it's the pillar of it all. We had talked, I said talked, but in general, in the previous talk, we talked about popular economy. We talked about how we achieve inclusion. We've heard about about topics, the representative of PepsiCo, and about coffee and Afro, and we're all seeking the same thing. But we need to think about the telecommunications infrastructure. It's the cross-sectional access for all the economies that we're seeking. And having said this, we can say, what does infrastructure need? It needs share as possible. We need to share as much. It makes no use to have a tower telecommunication structure infrastructures with the same services. And this is something that we've been doing it for quite a while, and also with the vice minister that is here with us, and also the operators, Dr. Ana Marina, also here with us. And therefore, infrastructure has to be shared. Why? Because it's efficient, because it's less aggressive with the environment, and it's the best way to close the digital gap. And if we don't improve the gap that we currently have digitally, we are not going to be able to move forward as a country. A small coffee grower, or some of the municipalities that I was hearing about the Afro, and if there's no digital infrastructure, how are they going to learn? And as you all said, the most important thing is to have this base, it's to have this foundation, and from there we can share, and not only inefficient, but also regulated manner. What does regulated mean? It means that the regulation it's clear, and that it's very clear for everyone. And nowadays we can see in a certain way how the municipalities, how each one have their own concepts, for regarding attributes. The best example of that, it's the public grid, and the grid, therefore the taxing of grid that it's so trendy today in most of the municipalities. This taxing, it's something that belongs to the municipalities. The regulations are not clear. The regulations change. That's why a technological process, it's because of this efficiency. And in a country like ours, I make certain analogies, and we have less 1,000 towers with regards to the year in which we're at. This means that nowadays, 2024, we have more or less, we have 21,000 towers. We have 21 out of 24. And what do we expect to be able to close the digital gap, that we're able to get to 26,000 towers in the year 2027? I'm talking of the industry as a whole, but that it's not enough. It's not enough because all the studies said if we want to 5G, that if we want to close the digital gap, we need to have 43,000 towers in the next decade, and by 2032, 2023. 2033. That's why we have to double the number of capacities to be able to accompany the challenges that the operator have, to be able to accompany the digital gap of 85% that the ministry has and the country as a whole has. And that the president's office have, we need to accompany all these mechanisms so that the infrastructure can be the best vehicle, so that all the Colombians are able to have access. And the figures that the UET shows can be more or less 30% of the world population that still has no access to the internet. And this is a serious issue for an economy, for a country, for the development of all of us. And that's why a little bit the message is that we needed to close the digital gap. We need everybody. I take the words from the prior speakers. This is something that we cannot do on our own. This is something that we are here, that all of us here are rowing in the same boat towards the same destination. And the message is we need everybody. We all needed to work together. And we need to keep on moving forward with the support of the vice minister, the minister, the operators, and all the business environment in which we are in. Okay, that's a very interesting goal, 43,000 towers for 2032. It's a very significant goal, to be able to have the infrastructure that it's required and to close down the gaps. I'm going to give the floor down to Ana because Ana represents the operators. And she is the Tigo representative, and they've been developing a deployment process of 5G. They've been developing 5G, and we would like to learn how the process is going, how is it moving forward, and how do you think that this 5G is going to allow to create solid digital infrastructures that reduce the connectivity gaps once again, and that encourage inclusion of the small SMEs in all the regions in the country, and also as well to take advantage of e-commerce. Okay, as well said by everybody that has talked about, and I think that we all have the same focus. And here we all have the need of closing the gap, of generating opportunities, of closing the distance with rural areas. And one of the most important thing in the world of telecommunications is that nowadays connectivity, telecommunications, to be connected, the closure of the digital gap, it's something that it's related to the most important leverage that economy has. And therefore, with no connectivity, there is nothing wrong, because we're talking about e-commerce as a mechanism so that the SMEs and the people on their own can develop a business. And therefore, let's talk a little bit about 5G. 5G, it's a new technology. It's new, and because the research process has been for a long time, but for us in Colombia, it's new in the sense that the 5G bid, where the operators acquired the spectrum to be able to operate 5G, was December last year. And if we see it in terms of how developed it is today, well, the truth is that we have to say that it's just kicking off. And in that sense, I would like to say something important, that 4G antenna covers 2 kilometers. 5G kilometers covers between 300 and 500 meters. That's why we're talking about a very demanding technology, very investment demanding, and very deployment demanding. And why it's this important? Because the fact that 5G arrived, and the first step was to enable the operators so that they could initiate the 5G deployment process in a country like Colombia. 5G, it's not the technology that closes the gap. Maybe in the future, but right now, after going through two things. One, it's that we need a very solid deployment like the one that has to be done. And second, it's adoption. Nowadays, 5G, it's a technology that not everybody can handle. 5G terminals are expensive for the population. 5G, it's interesting. 5G will come. 5G has more industrial and business-like use cases, and it's more for in that case that for the population as a general. But we talk about 4G, that it's the technology with which we are going to be able to reach to all those corners where we're all interested in going. We can see different kinds of things. Nowadays, we can see that connectivity in Colombia, it's more or less 60%. We can see that the government has considered that by the end, we have 5%.
Del gobierno es
And the idea of the government is to get to 85% at the end. And that's why we're talking about that there's a very important bet. The government has done a lot of things that the operators were there. But what do we need is to have more connectivity. And I think that we need many things.
una mezcla, por decirlo así.
We need a blend. We need a partnership between the public and the private sector. The government has a very important role. What role? Well, we need to relieve the burden of the operators. The spectrum has lowered its price, but it needs to lower it a bit more. The new creative burden has something that has to be moderated. When Carlos was talking about the grid taxing, this is a debate that worries us a lot, because that's a tax that we were not expecting. That's something different and something that affects investment, because the money available, it's limited. It doesn't grow as it grows as the taxes or things like that. And then we of course have a deployment at Tigo. It's an operator that, because of the 700 bid of a new spectrum that we started to deploy in 2020, we acquired the obligations to go to 1,636 locations. We are on the way. Just as an example, we can say that of those locations that are locations that have internet for the first time, 170 are in Chocó. And that means connecting the rural area. That means to go to the deep Colombia. That means to worry about the people. That's worrying about the closing the gap for appropriation, because effectively in this country, the connections becomes money. And what do we want? Not only do we want for people to be connected, but we want for people to study and can produce money based on connectivity. But that deployment, it's a very significant challenge. I mean, all kinds of things have happened. A couple of examples: complicated safety, the security issues, and challenging. It's that we got to a location and we found a nomad population, and we said we're going to cover a lot of people. And we started working, and there was no one. They had left because they were nomads. And that's why our country is diverse, wonderful, spectacular. It has many things that we need to face. And the 4G, it's the response to connectivity. We need to keep on working with 4G. That's a commitment for the operators. And and I also want to talk about Tigo, because our bet for the rural areas is important. And then we have the other challenge, which is appropriation. And not because there is connectivity, means that they're going to use it, and not because there's connectivity, it's going to mean that people are going to use it for development, for economic. It means we need to teach our population that connectivity, it's accompanied by an opportunity. And you call it education, call it a business, call it, something like climate change, or let's call it, I don't know, we have a program where it educates rural women, and we have like 2 modules that it's called Connected Women. One is to close the gap, and the other one to have a very productive use of the internet. And one is amazed when they can, for example, ask about the weather, and to see if it's the good day to pick up the potato, it's tomorrow, or if I waited 2 or 3 days, and I am going to have a better price in the market. And we have to see that this country still have a lot of opportunities. The operators are committed with investment, but let's understand that the expectations that we currently have regarding 5G have to wait. There's going to be a deployment, there's going to be services, we're all going to enjoy it, but nowadays, the inclusion, the gap closure, the connectivity is accompanied by 4G, which is the technology that we all use. And that nowadays, who complains about 4G? It's a spectacular internet connectivity, the world of opportunities. And just to say it in a couple of words, the government and the private world together, and people needs to be connected, and we need to learn how to use the most powerful tool that we have nowadays in the market, that is called the internet. Thank you, Ana. Very important information. Let's use 4G. And I think that you covered on a topic that it's also essential for the digital transformation of the country, that it's that topic of appropriation of digital skills. And I would like to give the word to Esteban, because in Globant, they like to train the talent in digital skills, right? It's a company that it's known for that. And in this way, in many of the meetings in which we work in the private sector, we talk about the fact that there is a gap, that we need more talent, that we need more digital skills in ICT and everything that it's related to STEM. And my question is focused on that. And how do you consider that we can coordinate in a very effective manner the efforts of the government, that we know it's doing a lot to be able to get this digital appropriation, with the initiatives of the companies to be able to ensure that the Colombian labor force has the digital skills that are required to be able to accomplish and an inclusion of all the population and everything that is called digital transformation, and that includes all the regions, and that, of course, that they take into account the needs and the skills that are required for the labor market of the future. Okay, it's a pleasure. Thank you so much for the invite. And from Globant, we're always open, and we're open and willing to tell you about what we do, to tell you about this vision, this country vision that we have, that although we were born as an Argentinian technology service company, that we are now all over LATAM and the world. Globant is it's an entire percentage Colombia, and the vision is to promote the different places where we are. And regarding the question, we have a lot of initiatives that we have seen. We are an organization that throughout this 12, 13 years here in Colombia, we've been big contractors, and the most interesting thing about the digital transformation and technology sector, it's that this is a very diverse and inclusive sector. And this allows us to go where connectivity is, which is a little bit highlighting what we were talking about. And it's the internet, which is also an international right, that there is an opportunity to keep on building and connecting. We can go and we can have the operation from each part of the world in Colombia. This is what we've been doing. But likewise, we can see that the adoption has been a barrier. That also means a big opportunity. And therefore, nowadays is something that we've been able to take advantage, and that has helped us really good to be able to start and to make other organizations to start to replicate this process, but not only organizations, but many other entities that are helping us out. It's the usage of the Quota Sena. We have had the opportunity of being able to accomplish it through the Quota Sena, and using Sena and other entities, we are able to train people in different parts of the country, and that we focus in inclusion, and we've had programs that have been focused in armed conflict victims, knowing that we have a conversation that has happened in the country where we were based on some peace dialogues, and that there is an adequate implementation of the agreement. And how from this sector we contribute, because this is a sector that grows. This is a sector that has a higher impact in the country, and we still need much more. And that all of these are qualified employments were necessarily that relationship today, for example, for Globant, the relationship with the U.S., the business with the U.S., it's something that is not based, it's a country that needs and imports continuously technology services because it's not self-sufficient, and this is where we have the opportunity in LATAM and specifically in Colombia to be able to work this out. And these mechanisms that we currently have, that it's defined as the Quota Sena, allows us to have these investments. And these are investments when we need to solve the other part, and that the other part, it's associated with the digital adoption, where, of course, we need to go back to school. And we need to start to understand what it's the opportunity to be able to connect to those future generations and what it means digitalization. But we also have an opportunity, a golden opportunity, that it's associated with generative artificial intelligence that I'm sure some of my colleagues is going to talk about, and that it's another enabler to be able to use it as a tool, and that it's going to allow us to close even further gaps. And we said it in different other spaces where we've been working with city halls and such. It's that we are seeing the opportunity for generative AI as the enabler, but teaching them how to think. It's teaching them, trying to resolve the issue. We're using AI as that platform that takes me to another level. What does that mean? It means that these new generations, when they may start their new technical and technological education after high school, or and they are going to find an enabler that it's going to allow them to connect whatever and to see it, so how do we make other sectors grow. When I was listening to the prior panel, we have a very specific project in the southeastern part of Antioquia where we want to train so that the development of those skills it remains in the territory, and they can give them digitalization tools and AI knowledge tools so that the sector can that regional entrepreneurship can grow, and in this way to offer results to the region. And therefore, there are many skills, there are many opportunities regarding being able to use internet as this big connector that's going to be the leverage, and to use this new opportunity of AI, and not to leave side English, of course. And even now that we are in a conversation with the market that it's more technologic demanding, the English language is a default where we have a lot of opportunity to keep on developing. And from there on, we are going to get many more additional skills that probably are going to allow for the people, and goes towards those needs that we currently have in the sector, so that this sector turns, hope so, and one of the privileged sectors of the country, and in the top 5, top 6 of these sectors. I think that sums up where we should keep on working.
Thank you, Esteban. In fact, you gave us ground for the next question. Once there is deployment, we reach our targets, we have connectivity on the hand, we have the enablers in place, we have the right appropriation, and then comes the new technologies that are also enablers, as you call them, such as AI, the IoT, among other things. And those new technologies, of course, they constitute a big opportunity for new businesses and for persons. But at the same time, it also brings in important challenges, especially around cybersecurity, around data management, because there are technologies that consume lots of data. So I think that right in this point is expertise from U.S. is quite necessary, because all these technologies are pretty new. So we would like to hear from Mark and ask you, what are your recommendations, important ones, can give us this afternoon, allowing us to structure economic incentives and regulatory frameworks to allowing us to adopt these technologies quickly, of course, but at the same time minimizing the risks affecting security and privacy.
With apologies, I'm going to break tradition on the stage and address your question in English, largely because I don't want to give the audience a collective earache. It is on a personal level, I have great stock in the linguistic promise of AI, so enhance my intelligence to address you in Espanol during the 12th dialogue. We'll see what happens. When we consider the remarkable revolutionary change that is about to happen as a consequence of artificial intelligence, it really is a technology embodied by the two faces of the Roman god Janus. One face addressing enormous societal benefits, many of those raised by the previous panel. Opportunities for rural women, a more efficient pricing structure related to quality for small coffee farmers with less than 25 hectares. The impact and the scourge of poverty on climate change. And beyond what the panel addressed, enormous advances in material sciences, in health research and the delivery of health systems through large language models and data, as well as energy efficiencies and conservation measures. It really is an all-encompassing technology. If you think about much of what exists in our offline lives, it is represented by AI. And there lies the challenge, as you correctly put it. Because the other face points us to the societal ills, the use of deep fakes, the use of misinformation, disinformation, cyber attacks that actually deepen the gaps between us, the misunderstanding, the opportunity to accelerate discriminations in society through this technology. It's very real. And for that reason, those two faces, when you think about it from a policy set, have to be balanced by attention to innovation and control for our safety and security. Without that balance, we really leave ourselves quite vulnerable to the risks that others have spoken to already and I'm trying to address right now. And so let me leave you with 3 guideposts that have helped the United States consider this balancing act, and it's a precious one. It's not easily arrived at. The first was in October of 2022, when the White House Office of Science and Technology released a blueprint for AI rights, available online, publicly available, which delineated certain principles, protecting human rights, the possibilities of discrimination, labor issues and dislocation of labor as a consequence of AI. Really was quite a comprehensive set of principles. Based upon that, in January of 2023, our National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, released an AI framework for the management of AI risks. Much more technical take on the same set of issues, which also allowed us to embrace testing regimes and assessments for product delivery that predetermine what is wise to introduce into society. To have transparency measures on the security implications of certain releases as it relates to our personal and national security. As important as that was substantively, this event is a demonstration of a process that NIST used through really innovative and detailed stakeholder engagement with industry, with academia, with civil society organizations. These policy frameworks should not be developed in a vacuum. To do that is really to risk inattentiveness to the vulnerabilities that exist and overwhelming the possibility of the innovation that can happen for the good of society. And the final measure I'd like to point to is an October of 2023 executive order of the Biden-Harris administration for the safe, secure, and trustworthy application throughout the federal government, the power of all the agencies that have been represented in this dialogue, to delegate the principles that exist in the blueprint and the NIST framework out through our authorities, our existing authorities within the federal government. And so, in the international realm, the Department of State, along with many of our international partners, have engaged Colombia, and Colombia has shown real leadership. For example, in the passage of a UN AI resolution that captures certain fundamental principles, managing that balance between innovation and security. The objective of all this being to have the design, development, and deployment of AI in a fashion that makes us more secure and safe. That's the ultimate objective. I want to give a quick attention to the recognition that there's unique challenges that have been recognized internationally, and certainly here in Colombia, to data privacy and data protection that come from AI processing of data, especially through large language models. It doesn't work unless you have access to significant data flows. It makes it more effective as a technology. So to leverage AI's full potential, cloud services help enable the computing power for large language model processing. There's a relationship between cloud services and AI that should be safeguarded. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to the moderator. Thank you.
Gracias, Mark, por las 3 claves importantes, el blueprint, el framework y también cómo las autoridades, la política y también cómo las autoridades deben implementarla, que creo que pues da una línea clara de buenas prácticas y de pues cómo lo han venido haciendo países como Estados Unidos. Y pues en esa medida me gustaría pasar a Santiago. Santiago, que también pues trabaja en Amazon Web Services y pues que de hecho ahorita estaba hablándonos Mark de la nube también, ¿no? Entonces creo que ese es un tema que les interesa a ustedes muchísimo en Amazon. Y pues también hay otro tema que se ha venido tocando muy tangencialmente y es todo el tema de sostenibilidad, cómo la tecnología también puede apalancar estos temas de sostenibilidad y específicamente me gustaría llevarlo a un ejemplo que es el de las ciudades inteligentes, ¿no? Que es un tema que ustedes están trabajando y es ¿en qué momento nos encontramos en Colombia en este tema de ciudades inteligentes y cómo la adopción de cultura inteligente en el país, cómo está eso, ¿cierto? ¿Y qué estrategias consideras que deben adoptarse para integrar soluciones de ciudades inteligentes, pues que no solo mejoren la eficiencia urbana, sino también promuevan la sostenibilidad ambiental y la calidad de vida pues, de todos los que estamos acá?
Bueno, gracias Lorena y a los demás panelistas que han participado. Yo creo que todos han agregado elementos muy importantes como requisitos para tener una ciudad inteligente. Me gustaría empezar con unas cifras. Según cifras del Banco Mundial, el 55% de la población mundial se encuentra en área urbana. En caso de Colombia, el 77% de la población está en cascos municipales según el DANE. ¿Qué significa esto? Que la población de Colombia tiende a irse a las ciudades. Y pues para que hablemos de un tema de ciudad inteligente, pues tenemos que partir de la base de la existencia de estas ciudades. Ahora agregamos unos elementos de los que hemos hablado acá en el panel, que es el punto de partida, que son los elementos tecnológicos. Hemos hablado de conectividad. Sin conectividad pues no podemos tener una ciudad inteligente. Hemos hablado de 5G, que es un elemento que ayuda a que se procesen de una manera más fácil los datos porque mantiene los devices conectados. Hemos hablado de Internet de las cosas, de datos y de inteligencia artificial. Entonces, estos son como unos elementos tecnológicos entre muchos otros. Pero para mí principalmente el punto de partida habilitador para una ciudad inteligente son las políticas públicas. Ese es como el elemento habilitador. Y necesitamos unas políticas públicas que promuevan la transformación digital y la apropiación tecnológica. En Colombia vamos bien. En Colombia vamos bien porque tenemos un documento COMPES en Big Data y Analítica. Tenemos un documento COMPES en Inteligencia Artificial y Transformación Digital que en este momento se encuentra en actualización. Tenemos una política pública de nube primero que incentiva que las entidades públicas opten por utilizar servicios de nube. Tenemos un acuerdo marco de precios de nube que es un vehículo de compra que permite que las entidades públicas adquieran servicios de nube de una manera muy ágil, transparente y eficiente. Y cuando hablo de servicios de nube, porque no todo el mundo está familiarizado con este tema, estoy hablando de la adquisición de servicios tecnológicos a través de Internet en una modalidad de pago por uso. ¿Qué significa esto? Que una entidad pública puede adquirir, por ejemplo, soluciones de inteligencia artificial, de analítica avanzada, etcétera, a la vuelta de un clic, sin necesidad de tener un despliegue impresionante de infraestructura. Que un unicornio como un Rappi puede subir las cargas, por ejemplo, si le sube el número de usuarios o bajarlas, y así sucesivamente. Entonces, este tipo de tecnologías como la nube permiten o habilitan este tema de transformación digital y en Colombia tenemos unas políticas públicas muy favorables en materia de transformación digital. Y pues obviamente en temas de ciudades inteligentes, Mintic tiene un modelo de madurez de ciudades inteligentes que ha sido implementado en más de 100 ciudades. La encuesta ha arrojado en el 2021 a Medellín, si no estoy mal, como el número 1 y a Bogotá en el 2022 como número 1. Entonces, pues lógicamente el gobierno nacional ha hecho un trabajo importante en tema de ciudades inteligentes. Y por último, para tener una ciudad inteligente, en las ciudades y en el gobierno nacional tiene que existir una cultura de planeación con el elemento de transformación digital embedido en esa misma cultura. ¿A qué me refiero con eso? Nuestro Plan Nacional de Desarrollo actual tiene a lo largo de todo el plan elementos de transformación digital que permiten que las entidades públicas adopten esa cultura de transformación digital. Y ahorita con los nuevos gobiernos locales, la mayoría de alcaldías grandes tienen el elemento de la transformación digital metido en sus planes de desarrollo. ¿Eso qué permite? Pues que se empiece a fomentar esa cultura para tener unas ciudades inteligentes. Ahora viene el segundo elemento, que es el elemento cultural, y lo conecto con el punto anterior. Pues lógicamente, para empezar a hablar de ciudades inteligentes, tiene que haber una cultura alrededor de la ciudad inteligente, tiene que haber una cultura alrededor de la tecnología, y por eso es que es tan importante el elemento de la formación en tecnología, partiendo de la base de habilidades blandas. La gente tiene que saber prender un computador, la gente tiene que saber cómo funciona la tecnología, después habilidades un poquito más duras, y todo el tema del bilingüismo, que es supremamente importante. Y lo que nosotros hemos visto en las ciudades, en los proyectos estratégicos, digamos que en las áreas de planeación, como una buena práctica, es que los jefes de las oficinas asesoras de planeación o los líderes de los proyectos agreguen un apellido de transformación digital a sus proyectos. Por ejemplo, vamos a fomentar la seguridad ciudadana con inteligencia artificial. Vamos a mejorar el procesamiento de datos con IoT. Y ese tipo de elementos ayudan pues, para que la ciudad, digamos que adopte esa cultura en transformación digital. Obviamente pues la formación es supremamente importante, tanto de funcionarios públicos como de ciudadanos. El gobierno nacional tiene unos proyectos muy importantes en temas de formación y en empleabilidad para cerrar esa brecha en temas de transformación digital. Desde Amazon Web Services con la industria TI hemos trabajado de la mano de Mintic, por ejemplo, en programas muy interesantes como Enganchatic, que es una feria de empleo virtual. Hemos trabajado con Colombia 4.0 y con otros proyectos que obviamente fomentan este tema de formación en transformación digital. Por supuesto, también con el Ministerio de Educación. Colombia es el primer país de la región que tiene un Talent Tech Alliance que busca disminuir esa brecha de talento digital y unir al sector educativo, al sector de la tecnología y al gobierno nacional, digamos que como este elemento tripartita, formar a gente en transformación digital y articularlo con los empleadores que tienen esta demanda. Entonces, es un elemento muy importante. Y digamos que hay muchos proyectos, por ejemplo, con la Universidad Externado de Colombia, firmamos recientemente un Social Impact Agreement que busca formar a más de 15.000 personas en temas de transformación digital, y esto también le apunta a cubrir, digamos que las metas del gobierno nacional que son tan ambiciosas en esta materia. Y finalmente, como parte del elemento cultural, yo creo que siempre existe un miedo, ¿no? La gente cuando no conoce de tecnología tiene el miedo de implementar proyectos innovadores, de meter tema de Internet de las cosas, etcétera, sin irse muy lejos, porque de casos de éxito podríamos durar todo el día hablando de ciudades inteligentes. En Colombia hay dos casos muy bonitos de Amazon Web Services. Uno es el caso de la Policía Nacional, en el que se ha trabajado con la Policía Nacional para utilizar todos los datos que ellos tienen de denuncias y con base en eso empezar a trabajar con un modelo de inteligencia artificial predictiva, analítica predictiva y descriptiva que permite predecir en qué áreas puede ocurrir un delito de acuerdo con las denuncias y con los datos que tiene la policía. Y el otro caso muy bonito es el del SIGAP, que es el Sistema de Recolección de Basuras de Bogotá. Existen más de 588 camiones a los que se les ha incorporado tecnología de Internet de las Cosas, y eso ha permitido que la recolección de basuras en Bogotá sea mucho más eficiente, y eso pues también le aporta un tema ambiental. Cerrando con el tema ambiental, pues la nube ayuda mucho a disminuir esa huella ambiental. Nosotros como Amazon hacemos parte del Climate Pledge, y por supuesto la tecnología en la nube, nuestros data centers consumen mucho menos energía que otros tipos de tecnologías más antiguas. Entonces, gracias a este tipo de adopciones, pues se puede, digamos que poner una semilla en el tema de sostenibilidad de medio ambiente.
No, muy interesante todas las oportunidades que hay para que las ciudades sean más inteligentes. Gracias, Santiago, por todo lo que nos has compartido esta tarde. Y pues dejé al viceministro de últimas, no porque no me parezca muy importante, porque me parece muy importante sus apreciaciones, sino porque justamente quería que nos ayudara a empezar a concluir un poco la conversación, ¿cierto? Y yo creo que el viceministro hoy ha tenido unas conversaciones muy interesantes, no solamente pues lo que hemos hablado en la tarde de hoy, sino también esta mañana en los grupos que estuvieron trabajando este tema de transformación digital, y por eso pues creo que acá se ha hablado pues de muchas oportunidades como las ciudades inteligentes, también de algunos retos acá en el despliegue, en temas de ciberseguridad y demás. Y en esa medida quisiera preguntarte cuáles consideras que son las 3 prioridades estratégicas más importantes para que Colombia acelere su proceso de transformación digital de manera pues inclusiva, sostenible, segura. Y yo creo que una pregunta muy importante es cómo podemos trabajar juntos todos estos actores que estamos esta tarde aquí presentes, ¿no? El gobierno de Colombia, el gobierno de Estados Unidos, el sector privado. ¿Cómo podemos lograr esto, estas 3 prioridades? Gracias.
Bueno, gracias. Para nosotros como gobierno, una de esas premisas fundamentales es que esto tenemos que hacerlo entre todos, gobierno y sector privado, todos juntos en esto. Y un ejemplo de ello fue lo que nosotros logramos con Marco Linan esta mañana que estuvimos trabajando en esta undécima versión de los diálogos con el sector empresarial en diálogos de alto nivel, y logramos que por primera vez existiera la mesa de tecnología. Nos parece que eso fue un acierto, haber logrado tener este tema en términos de que la tecnología es transversal a muchas cosas. Necesitamos tecnología para la salud, necesitamos tecnología para la educación, necesitamos la tecnología para comunicarnos con los ciudadanos con el gobierno con los ciudadanos, y desarrollar toda esta parte de políticas públicas en las cuales veníamos trabajando. Esa gobernanza es un tema en el cual nosotros queremos enviarle ese mensaje a los empresarios en términos de que tanto nacional como internacional que necesitamos contar con ellos. Eso es un mensaje que queremos que quede claro. Y por ejemplo, lo que hablamos esta mañana con Estados Unidos, hablamos de ciberseguridad. Y resulta que, por ejemplo, en ciberseguridad hay algo que sucede, a diferencia de cuando uno hace escalas de los países más desarrollados tecnológicamente, pues lógicamente está Estados Unidos de primeros, pero cuando se habla, por ejemplo, de ciberseguridad, todos los países estamos del mismo lado, todos podemos en algún momento, van a afectar nuestras infraestructuras, van a buscar afectar a los ciudadanos, hackeándoles sus cuentas, afectándolos. Entonces mire cómo ahí necesitamos juntarnos con Estados Unidos, necesitamos juntarnos con Europa, porque, repito eso, en términos de ciberseguridad, todos los países necesitamos juntarnos para poder dar una respuesta al cibercrimen, para poder dar una respuesta de una forma más eficiente, de una forma más capaz, porque son herramientas incluso que a veces se han dado casos en donde algunas soluciones sobre hackeo, sobre cibercrimen, incluso la respuesta surge de ingenieros que están en la India o ingenieros en Latinoamérica, no solamente ingenieros en Estados Unidos. Entonces ahí es donde necesitamos nosotros esa conjunción de esfuerzos para lograr ser más seguros, porque eso le daría una mayor confianza a los ciudadanos, y necesitamos ese nivel de confianza en lo digital para que los ciudadanos, como lo decías ahora, puedan pasar de lo análogo a lo digital, que hay muchos ciudadanos que necesitamos hacer ese proceso de transición y de alfabetización. Desde MINTIC tenemos fundamentalmente lo de conectividad, donde estamos haciendo como gobierno nacional, y es un esfuerzo que el presidente Gustavo Petro ha planteado en términos de invertir, porque uno puede decir, sí, hagamos la conectividad, pero cuando además el gobierno toma la decisión de invertir ingentes esfuerzos en este tema, planteamos de que una meta de 10 años vamos a invertir 10 billones de pesos. Y hemos invertido hasta el momento en estos 2 primeros años casi ya 3 billones de pesos en solo conectividad, que es el mayor esfuerzo que se ha hecho en términos de corto tiempo para lograr que todos los ciudadanos de la Colombia profunda, campesinos, negros, afros, indígenas, puedan hacerlo y poder subir en términos de escala mundial la cantidad de ciudadanos que están conectados hoy y que pueden tener la parte de Internet. ¿Cuáles son esos otros elementos que tenemos desde gobierno? Fundamentalmente la inclusión. Sabemos el nivel de desigualdad que tiene Colombia y poder hacer una inclusión digital donde llevar no solamente la parte de la conectividad, sino también con el programa de computadores para educar, poder llevarle los computadores en aquellas regiones a donde sabemos que es muy difícil para esas familias adquirir un computador y más con los costos que tenemos hoy en términos de importación, del costo del dólar, de todo lo que significa ello. Entonces, hacemos una inclusión mediante eso, pero como lo decían anteriormente, no solamente es tener la parte de la conexión y tener el computador, es cómo se hace la apropiación de esa tecnología. Y hacer esa apropiación de la tecnología, se ha tomado la decisión de que en nuestro gobierno por lo menos lograr que todas las escuelas de Colombia queden conectadas en términos de Internet, en donde existe la banda ancha en lo posible poder hacer la conexión en términos de colegios y escuelas, porque si nosotros logramos que nuestros jóvenes tengan los instrumentos básicos necesarios y ya después de tener tener la conectividad, tener el aparato, tener su computadora, puedan hacer un uso adecuado de la tecnología, ¿sí? Que no solamente se nos queden en lo que sabemos que muchos jóvenes se quedan en esas partes de tecnología y de conexión al computador, sino también que avancen en la apropiación, aprendan a programar. Entonces tenemos varios programas que se han hecho desde Mintic, por ejemplo, para que los jóvenes aprendan, los jóvenes de 9º, 10º y 11 grado aprendan a programar y que ellos, después de estar 3 años vinculados, lo estamos haciendo ese programa con el SENA, que es una de las instituciones que a nivel nacional mejor ha logrado en términos de capacitación y ya tienen los instrumentos, la experiencia, la metodología para lograr ello. También pensamos que no solamente es ese problema de alfabetización, de formación, sino también con lo de inteligencia artificial. Se han planteado 100 centros de inteligencia artificial a lo largo y ancho del país. Se ha planteado 2 grandes centros que van a ser en la ciudad de Bogotá, uno, y el otro en la ciudad de Zipaquirá, que sean los 2 grandes centros que sean como los hub en términos de inteligencia artificial. Y cuando hablamos de inteligencia artificial necesitamos lo que es Big Data y datos, ¿para qué? Para definir políticas públicas, por ejemplo, en términos de salud. Saber cuál es la principal afección de los ciudadanos, cómo se está relacionando el ciudadano con su centro de salud, cuál es la comparecencia de en términos de algunos tipos de enfermedades, como el cáncer, qué tipo de soluciones se están dando para tener información de los 50 millones de habitantes. Necesitamos Big Data y esa Big Data solamente es posible tenerla en grandes centros de almacenamiento con computadores que tengan hipercomputación, con analítica de datos, para que introduciendo esos elementos en términos de inteligencia artificial tengamos nosotros posibilidades de tener una nueva forma de definir la política pública en salud y asimismo poder desarrollar proyectos. Entonces alguien nos decía, pero ¿cómo van a hacer proyectos de inteligencia artificial en zonas apartadas de Colombia? Decimos, desarrollemos proyectos que estén vinculados, por ejemplo, con el agro, que estén vinculados con la producción en la localidad, en el territorio, con esos saberes que tienen cada una de nuestras regiones, en términos incluso de su comida, de sus formas de relacionarse. Incluso hay, por ejemplo, proyectos muy bonitos de La Guajira que muestran cómo la gente hace para hacer rendir el agua, para desarrollar formas de reciclaje que de verdad que son muy novedosas y son propias de la región, por las mismas necesidades de la región. Y son cosas que nosotros necesitamos llevarla y ponerla en escena, conectar esas comunidades y termino ahí con esa idea fundamental que es para el ministerio, que son las comunidades de conectividad. Esas comunidades de conectividad, lo que nosotros vamos a hacer es que vamos a hacer proyectos donde no se pueda llegar directamente con la banda ancha o con la conexión vía cable de internet, que podamos tener eso para que la comunidad reciba vía satelital la señal y que la comunidad misma autogestione ese proceso y la misma comunidad pueda desarrollar procesos económicos para mantener la sostenibilidad de ese proyecto. Entonces, le estamos apostando nosotros desde el gobierno en términos de inclusión, en términos de apropiación y en términos de transversalidad, en términos de tecnología. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, viceministro, y pues conectividad, internet para todos, ¿no? Esos son los mensajes. Y pues ahí sí, como dijo Santiago, no me quiero ir o quiero cerrar esto sin dejarlos a cada uno que con una frase le den un mensaje o al gobierno, que el gobierno le deje un mensaje muy importante a las empresas sobre cómo se va a lograr acelerar la transformación digital en el país. ¿Qué creen ustedes que es lo más importante? Y pues si quieres empezamos por Tiana, que es la otra mujer que hay en este panel, entonces adelante.
Bueno, yo diría que aquí nos acompaña la feliz casualidad de todos tener la misma preocupación. Entonces, de alguna manera, la conectividad, acercar a las regiones, etcétera. Yo lo que le diría de alguna manera al gobierno, y no es a este, es en realidad a todos, es la regulación tiene que acompañar la realidad propia de la industria y del país en el momento específico en el que está. Entonces, aquí hemos hablado de regulación para inteligencia artificial o política pública o para conectividad o para crecer o para las regiones. Entonces, creo que todo se traduce en la oportunidad de trabajar el sector público, el sector privado, en este caso los aliados de Colombia, el gobierno americano y los colombianos, para poder cumplir nuestro propósito. Yo lo veo más como una alianza entre todos.
Gracias. Carlos, ¿qué dices tú?
Gracias, Lorena. Yo creo que el mensaje va muy en línea de todo lo que hemos expresado previamente y es conectividad significa despliegue eficiente, compartido y propendiendo por el Internet de todos y por el interés de todos los colombianos. Creo que es una coincidencia que todos tenemos acá, así que ese es nuestro mensaje.
Dale, gracias. Me voy a ir es por palabras más que por frases. Yo creo que la primera es foco, inversión, incentivo, pertinencia. Eso nos lleva a productividad y finalmente prosperidad. Creo que si lo hacemos en esa línea, la vamos a sacar del estadio.
Mark.
I'm not going to point to a technology, I'm going to point of technology. And my hope and aspiration for Colombia and for the United States is that private sector leaders, public policy makers, reach for those highest aspirations on human rights protections, safety, security, transparency, etc.
Bueno, difícil hablar de último porque estoy súper alineado con todos. Creo que
Everybody, and I think that working together in a coordinated way, we need to work together. We cannot be. We need to have a common goal, which is Colombia, the Colombians. And the vice minister, I think the most difficult, which is to to close, I think that digital transformation is with the Colombians or for the Colombians. Okay, thank you all so much. Thank you so much to all attendees. We're going to finish the second panel, and immediately we're going to initiate our third panel that it's called Energy Transition. This panel seeks to discuss opportunities for Colombia in energy transition to identify barriers for the exploitations of renewable sources, energy infrastructure for the communities and the industry that can be created through the energy transition, including what we call the critical minerals. We wanted to invite the moderator of the panel, Jaime Concha, who is the VP for mining, hydrocarbons, and energy of.
Igualmente, invitamos a los
And we would also like to invite the panelists that are going to present so that they take advantage. Mateo Gomez, Diego Patron, Napoleon Garcia, Javier Campiño, Kimberly Harrington, and Larry Sachs.
Señor Concha, tiene usted la palabra.
Bueno,
Okay, thank you so much for this invitation. And therefore, I have Mateo Gomez, that is a specialist in government relations of UNIWEB, and Diego Patron, and that I'm working, that work with ICE Colombia, and Jaime Wakai here in the Guajira. And also Napoleon Garcia, who is the director of Elites. Thank you so much. And Dr. Campiño, who is the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Mines and Energy, and Kimberly Harrington, who is the Subsecretary for Energy, and Larry Sachs, and also that works in Financial Corporation for Development. And this is a context that this is, and because this, I think that this has a challenge. And I think, and therefore I think that Colombia is totally responsible for the 0.6. And I think that Colombia issues different things, and therefore in the world we can see that 73% of the emissions are the energy. Here in Colombia, there are 32%. And I think that in Colombia, 59% of the emissions come from the agroforestry sector, and also 33% that it's the sector has, and it's something that we pay, it's deforestation. It's also part of this problem of illegality, and one can say that Colombia issues not much because it's a small country. But if I pay the emissions per dollar produced, and I think that Colombia, for us, that you come from the U.S., it's the country where you can have the advantage of producing with a low carbon print. And that's why in Colombia, depending on the dollar produced, we issue 107 grams. In the U.S., it's going to be like 242 grams. And in China, and 440, and here. And therefore, when we have these countries and they're reducing 50% the emissions, many of them are not going to be able to issue what Colombia issues and over there. And that's why we're going to have a competitive. And I think that the transition, and I am going to take some forecasts of the agency, and where I can say that the projection, the forecasts are not good for transitions. What the agency, the international agency shows, what the U.S. agency shows, it's that in 2050 there's going to be, and in fossils and the oil. And we can see that the growth effectively it's going to be in renewables, but that they're able to cover the demand and also the consumption, and also not to really replace, and also the use of fossil fuels. And this is not good news. And if we understand transition and also the diversification of the matrix, but the replacement of the use of fossil fuels. And therefore, this is a challenge where the world is at. In Colombia, we have the same challenge. And you heard the vice minister listening that 65% of the Colombian exports come from carbon and oil, and we need to replace those exports in terms of dollars. Means that we need to multiply by 5 the tourism exports, or to duplicate the manufacturing exports, or multiply by 8 or 9 the exports of the farming sector. And therefore, if we're talking about fiscal resources, we need to replace the fiscal resources, would imply and that the farming sector would grow in fiscal resources 25 times, or that the manufacturing and the tourism sector. And therefore, that the challenge that we have, it's a huge challenge, but in the challenges, we also have the opportunities. And therefore, we can say that the world is going to invest trillions of dollars in the transition. And there is an invitation to the government, to Felipe, and to be more aggressive in those measurements, so that we don't do our transition, that it's imported, and so that they become that we are like the suppliers, and that's why we need to be more. And I would like to say this example where the hotel where we are, these hotels were not here 10, 12 years ago. And we can say that the government had adopted a policy of incentives, and they gave them 30 years for income tax. And nowadays we have Hilton's, Hyatt's, Honestas, and W Marriott's. And the fiscal cost is zero. They wouldn't pay an additional penny in taxes. Why don't we think in something similar, so aggressive? And with that, we're going to be able to diversify the economy to help to do a replacement of foreign currency, etc. And as we have to be very agile, I asked for 2 questions per person to know, to be able. And when you are going to be prepared, we're going to start with Diego Patron and also Napoleon. And therefore, we are going to have Larry Sachs, and we're going to close with the Vice Minister. And the question is, and therefore, it's that. And okay, I'm going to take, and I want to say, I say that and okay, yesterday the government, okay, that they've been building a transition network. Yesterday we selected the representative of the private sector, and we're going to sit down in the academia, the different companies, and the government, and to be able to do this, and to give our best ideas. And that's why we are sitting down here together, and we are working a lot. And the question is this topic: how can the government and the private sector structure collaborations and financing models that accelerate the adoption of renewable energy sources, ensuring at the same time the economic feasibility and also the stability of financial markets? And I want to start with Diego, who is the representative of. And okay, first of all, I would like to be part of this panel. And I think that it's very important to start with the challenge. I think that we are with an event that it's going to take decades, and that's why it's very important that we need to fight against misinformations. We need to have some basis upon which we are doing our transition, and this is associated with our decisions that need to be taken in the different technological modalities. And I think that my first opinion is that we need to advance in energy advancements, also in solar panels, and also in wind plants, solar plants, and we need to advance in almost all the technologies that need to decarbonize the grid, because this is going to become centuries, decades can turn into centuries. If we wanted to decarbonize what we call transportation in Colombia, it would mean that there is an increase in our generation matrix that is extremely significant. We need to multiply it by 10 to be able to accomplish this goal. We need to start to fight misinformation, and to start to find all the alternatives as an essential part of the development, and to need to find all the agreements. I think think that this has been the keys that we've been able to achieve with the current government about poverty, energy poverty. We can't move forward in energy transition and to forget about those that don't have energy. Therefore, that we have an agreement. We needed to try to close the energy poverty gap, and that gap closes as all the stakeholders participate. And clear examples, it's in the energy communities where the companies have invested, where there are scenarios where the private investment starts to support all these initiatives of energy communities. But this is something that enables the development of all the big projects. And I think when we all need to work together in the coordinations, that there are public policies that are key for these projects that attract investment. If the challenge is from the technical perspective, it also has to be from the financial perspective to be able to bring income, to be able to work on energy transition. It's key. If we don't have clear regulations, if we don't comply with the schedules, if we have problems with we have problems with access to territories, if we have problems with access to safety, and we're not going to be able to fulfill the goal. And that's why all the coincidence that we match, that doesn't, it's associated to the fact that we're private sector or government, but we still have a cause, a country that we have to seek as a whole. And I think that we have agreements like the ones we have in La Guajira that have been timely, as the Pact for the Guajira, that it's an agreement where we coordinate everything so that we can have the mechanisms that allow us to enable the investments and also to have basic linings. I think that we're getting to agreements. I think that today we can have these conversations about energy transition, about the difficult things that energy transition is to define things as justice. What does justice mean, and how are we going to do it the Colombian way? Because it has to be about the considerations of the context in Colombia. And that's why the case of the Guajira Pact has been very effective, being able to contribute information, to be able to make the positions more objective. Guajira lost, I think, one of the most important projects in wind power, and lost it because of the lack of information, and also because of the lack of the specific interest of community members that wouldn't obey, to the general specific of the communities, but a very segmented, limited parts that have very limited. Okay, we can say that in the building of the Guajira Pact, we've all been able to have the same information and to be able to see that there's an objective goal to develop these territories. So I can say that only the case of the Guajira, the consequences that it has for the government, for the state, for Colombia, and it's that we are taking out of poverty not only energy power, but also the Waju people, but we're taking that possibility, the possibility of a development that it's planned by them and executed by them. It's following it, but the final purpose is to achieve that, have a development in all of these areas. Just to follow with the last panel, and I'm impacted when they say, okay, we're just going to transform transportation. The challenge is huge. If we want to take all this digitalization process, energy consumption, it's going to be huge, huge. And this energy consumption, it's something that has to be available so that we can have the digital transformation. Okay, Diego, thank you. Okay, we continue with Napoleon. And okay. I would like, okay, the Vice Minister, I think it's very important, but I'm so interested. And we need to go to the base, and there is a confusion, and that it's a dialectic, and that it's within what it's energy transition, because people don't know what that is. And I think from the grid, I think that 80% it's renewable energy, that it's based on water energy. But now we can see that energy it's not renewable, and we can see that people are focused on the energy transition. It's something that has to be wind power, solar energy, and but here in Colombia, it's solar energy, and it's less than 1% that we use, and I think the wind power and. I think that of the 28 main policies in the countries, and I can say 105 that we have in Colombia, I think that most of them are built in areas of the country when it doesn't rain. And we can see that doesn't matter that Colombia, it's just that rains the most. when we have 300 millimeters a year that are basically triggered by everything that it rains in the basin of the Pacific. In the Pacific, the average it's above 6,000 millimeters and of mercury, and this is something. And therefore, we can 17 that are in Antioquia and the rest, but there's no central in the Pacific. There, it's no empatia and nothing. But where the phenomenon, the hydrological phenomenon, it's continental, it's raining for 30 million years. It's been running forever, and it's going to keep raining until the world ends. But we can say that the national policy regarding the planning, it's going to be moving, and that's why it's difficult. Because if we don't leave the technicians to be able to plan how the topic of electric power should be, and I think that we needed to clarify where we are. Where can we do a real transition, that it's not what we think that we're going to depend just on wind power, biomass, or solar energy, because the truth is that in Colombia, solar energy works when there is enough radiation. This is one of the places where it has wind power. It's more or less offshore, and there are some places when there is enough wind power that allows for the continuous generation. But the truth is that I remember that 40 years ago in my mother's farm, there was a solar panel. There was solar energy. This is not new, and if we don't advance so much, because the potential, it's still a potential. See, there's not enough development, and we can say that in the next 40 years, although we move forward, we can think that the storage cost is very difficult in the population. It's still lagging back. That's why we don't have a lot of potential. I keep on thinking that the richness is in the water. And therefore, we can say that it has a lot of the Pacific basin when there is a number of, we can say that this technology that we are currently using about the generation of water, that it's still unexplored, but it costs more than before than we built the previous dams. When at the beginning of the 70s or in El Guavio, the perception of hydroelectrical power, it's different. I mean, there were pharaonic in the case, and when they built the Hoover Dam, but nowadays we can say the cost of the installed megawatts that it's generated by the water, it's something, and therefore this is what the cost of the megawatts. And what it's the biggest project that we have in the history nowadays. We have the conditions, we have the legal and social conditions to control the impacts that we currently have. When we did this project, environmental pact, it was not a real concern, and there was no real concern regarding climate change. But nowadays, and this is also compensated by legal structures in Colombia that allow to control this impact in the short and midterm. It's not, we don't impact a community because the legislation of prior Colombia is one of the most solid in the world. There are so many things to keep on generating electric power by much more conventional issue, and not to think so much about the uncertain possibilities of the generation of new energies, but are very important, but we're still far away. This context is to say that the way in which the Colombian government can support and can face energy transition in a much more rational way, in a shorter term, it's generating public policies that allow for the contribution to the private sector within this framework of understanding. And we can say, and therefore 1,000 megawatts of electricity using water generation that doesn't change the environment. However, the public perception has been, it's very hard because people say, okay, they're affecting the communities. However, we keep on lagging behind. We're still lagging behind the dynamic of the curve. And in the forecasts for energy consumption, that the demand increases to the 3 to 5% annually. That's the issue compensated, and this correspond to populational growth and also the technology and also the development of so many projects that consume much more energy than before. Right now, we still have in Colombia communities, 8% of the population that don't have access to power. They don't have access to the benefits that interconnectedness can offer. That's why I think that we need to restructure that debate and to keep on of some ideology and to be able to set it more technical to be able to find feasible outcomes in the short term. I could tell you, okay, that the topic of the PCH, it's very common in the companies. It's starting. It's starting. It's starting. Yeah, in SMEs, but yes, in the discussions discussions that we have with companies, that topic, it's it's trending. Larry. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for the invitation. I feel so honored of being able to share this space with other distinguished panelists. Therefore, thank you so much. And also, like the question, it's something that fits me perfectly. But before answering, I would like to respond to some shout-outs and comments from the Ambassador Murillo, from Almeri, and also from Oscar Gamboa, and of course by the distinguished representative of USAID and my loved friend Gregory Howell. And thank you so much. I really would like to thank you. And I do know that despite that this is one of the biggest consumers of chocorramo in the planet, I'm not Colombian. I love this country. I love the bilateral relationships, and I'm totally committed in finding the media to be able to generate this approach between the private sector and also the expectation and the opportunity in this super cool country. And therefore, thank you. And I would also like to clarify that currently the DFC has a portfolio, an active investment portfolio in the country of more or less $1,000 million. And I would also like to thank Dr. Greg Howell for having done a summary of those projects. And most of them are guarantees that are working in the deep Colombia, and others grant access to credit and funding to the Venezuelan migrants. And this is a very successful portfolio and a very relevant portfolio. And the special sauce, it's the tight relationship that we have with the private sector, with the big banks, and also with the small companies, with the communities, and with the ethnic groups, and with the government, and with the municipal government, and also with the collaboration that we currently have with the wonderful USI mission in Colombia. And I would like to acknowledge the innovation and the creativity and all the work from all of the architects of this initiative, like Herman Sanz. And if you allow me, I would like to ask for a big, strong applause for Herman, for all the effort that he has done. It's worth mentioning that the other architect is Kim Carrington. And but the truth is that this is an initiative, and I agree with Chancellor Murillo that there is an opportunity for doing more in the country. I think that we can learn, we can replicate it, and in other municipalities, and also to explore other ideas. In this last 2 days, we've discussed very key topics between the two governments that, of course, would advance the link between the two countries, but an area where we haven't been able to agree, and I think that it's very different for us to accomplish, it's who is going to see who's going to win the Copa America. We don't know who the winner is going to be, and the truth is that I don't want to go in such a complex territory, but yes, I do hope to wake up so much passion, I hope positive passion, for the work that we've done with the private sector, as what we've done when somebody in our team scores a goal. And I think it's very important that we all acknowledge that the partnership with the private sector is essential, so that both countries can comply their goals, their shared goals, so that we can transform the more remote territories, that have been more impacted by violence, and to close the inequality gaps, and also to protect the environment, and also to move forward in the building of peace, in the peace building process in the country. The organization that I represent, and that you've heard about it, that it's DFC, which is the Financial Corporation for the International Development of the United States. And the corporation was created just because the U.S. believes that the key for generating inclusive and sustainable growth, it's to work on the capacities and experience of the business community. Our mandate is to support global companies and local funds to be able to improve with our equality, social growth, social justice, and environmental justice. And we firmly believe that in this sector, there are so many opportunities to be able to achieve projects that can be profitable, but at the same time, that they protect the environment, that they defend human rights, even labor rights, and that we can advance with an inclusive financial growth for the city.
I would like to mention a recent initiative between the Bid Invest that can help that job, and that is the framework of the Americas for Economic Prosperity, as Chancellor mentioned. Along with Bid Invest, we have developed new financial schemes allowing to facilitate the conversion to access funds by women entrepreneurs who are working around renewable energies and other investments of high impact. Partnerships like that are good examples how it's possible to develop collaborative models on such interesting topics such as energy transition. You have a strong scheme of dialogue between state, civil society, and private sector, and also and we continue that with a strong commitment of all parties concerned to protect labor rights and incentivize transparent practices of business and establish regulatory frameworks that are stable and predictable. We have a good recipe to generate a sustainable economic growth in the country. Talking about recipes, as each family of Bogota has its own recipe to prepare a santafereño ajiaco, each sector has its own special characteristics. But we are convinced that the more the market see these virtues, the lower will be the risk prime and more flexible could be the financial solutions. So the commitment that we have in DFC is that if we want to be present and work hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder, with our private sector players and with our colleagues in the embassy, that's something that it will be possible. Thank you, Vice Minister. And I'm going to take advantage of your presence here. I don't know what you're thinking about, no, but I want to transmit to you kind of an anguish. Regrettably, no, if you are talking to PJ, by the way, there's strong discussions around transition, energy transition, and the participation of other agency topics that were over the table, they have disappeared. Why? Well, because people were concerned about the supply of energy. I know that this is something that ways to auction of packages of energy or power, and the last report of gas show an improvement in reserves. I know you're working on that, but that's a concern anyway that many people have. Yeah, I agree with that. Many thanks and good afternoon for you all. Thanks for having me here. Well, at least I can sleep a couple of hours more now that we have the water reservoirs at 40%. But this Nino phenomena taught us a lot, and it will be good for the energy transition of Colombia during the next 10 years. We designed the country around a thermal power generation scheme. Now it's 65% water and 35% thermal. Demand has increased, but we have kept a similar proportion between the two. But what this Nino taught us, that the present scheme is not working, and each country is developing its own energy transition, as it should be. And Colombia, our transition model, is one we should bet for complementarity of different technologies. In the Colombian case, for instance, we had during the most critical months and the most critical days, we have the system working up to the limit. We have the gas station working at 110%, and all thermal power generation stays 100%. We had thermal power generation at record figures. It's a number that we haven't touched since the very early days. But what this shows us? It shows that the system is really at the edge. The system cannot work under the same equations. I heard in the previous chat of AI, all sectors have evolved. Markets have changed. Technology is now in different markets. The energy sector is keeping methodologies that today are considered traditional and not efficient. Here in Colombia, and one of the learnings of this Niño is that notwithstanding, we do not have the penetration of renewable energies that we would expect, solar, wind, etc. With 1.3 gigawatts that we have in operation connected to the system in Colombia, we're sufficient to deliver over 5% of energy on certain periods of the day. If one project or all projects that we have in Colombia currently being built or waiting for environmental license or that were awarded and an auction had gone into operation, this Niño would have been completely different. This Niño phenomenon have gone through with levels of reservoirs much more stable. Our energy pool we have been working at more stable and economic prices. So PCH is something that's quite important that we must integrate to the conversation, but not the only solution. And the National Development Plan, we have brought on the category of power for the PCH, and we increased that to 50 megawatts so that they can be recognized as such and be able to enjoy from fiscal benefits. But what have we learned also? That our planning model should change. Our model was top-down, where we were looking at the country from a satellite, so to speak, and we were assigning here we are going to have eolic, here we will have solar, and we left that to the competition, free market. If auctions were quite successful at the time, but we didn't consider somehow, or we underestimated rather, some of the environmental and social challenges that were going to exist in the places selected. Colombia is one country that has the largest biodiversity on Earth. A lot of communities live in all these spots. So to choose these projects in that way put us at risk. Where we are going to start the building phase, we will be finding a series of barriers that were not anticipated, and that can delay the commissioning of this project. And we saw that in this Niño. We had several days where we generated emissions above 86,000 tons of CO2, given the thermal operation of gas coal power stations. We increased 5 times the proportion of daily emissions just because we were using thermal power. So we need to understand, let's say, have a well-informed decision. What we need to look for a balance and looking for the least impact, allowing us to have the best energy matrix, to have a quite smart energy transition plan from the territory and upwards. So we can say at this spot we can install a solar farm of 200 megawatts, for instance, and analyze and make feasible all environmental conditions, social conditions, and technical conditions required. And from there, then we can put in place the auction and see what the competition has to offer, or the bidders has to offer. And of course, there's ideal for connecting points, which of course is quite important as well. And our few words is to modernize the planning model of the country, guaranteeing the maximum penetration of all existing technologies to have a diversification of the energy matrix so much in desire. The new agents of that are increasing the demand of energy, such as the electric vehicles, for instance. We are talking about AI technology. It is expected that in the world they consume what Iceland is consuming energy, AI. 20% increase per year. We think that AI will consume about 100 terabytes. annually per hour. That's over 30% of the annual energy consumed by Colombia. So if Colombia want to go into these new technologies, we will have a new competition in sight because we're increasing demand and the speed of projects are coming in, allowing us to cover the historic demand. That is the growth between 3 to 5%. But we wouldn't be in those figures anymore. If we want to have a more productive country, we need, or surely that figure will go up to 8%, and our demand of energy will go even far away from that figure. So we need to sit down with communities, companies, businesses, and agents of the territories to design from the territory and find out where we need to develop the projects. And these projects should come almost ready, feasible. So when they go into action, they are ready to build. We cannot afford to have delays of 3 to 4 years in the development of this project, as is happening today. The proposal that we have been working from government to companies is to get closer and closer and invert or to reverse the equation to speed up the entire process, especially with the market of energy that we have today. It's a market that has given us excellent service during the last 30 years, but this news show us that it's not good anymore. Energy market, as the same as markets from other sectors, need an update to become more dynamic, adjusted to new dynamics and to new opportunities that this new energy matrix will provide for. Like this comparison, because when we think about the penetration of storage, vehicles and hydrogen and electric vehicles, etc., all this technology in a market, energy market that has 30 years old, is like see a Netflix film connected with a telephone modem. So it deserves an update hand in hand with modernization of the energy matrix. Now we go question number 2. We start Kimberly and Mateo. Yes, in Colombia, after the agroforest, which is responsible for 60% of the emissions, transportation with 12%, and industry in general with about 3%. So we have a decarbonization challenge, strong one. According to your experience, what strategies do you see feasible to help decarbonize these sectors and help diminish emissions? And what international models are you aware of that perhaps we can adopt in Colombia, or that we can replicate somehow in Colombia? And Kimberly goes first. Thank you, and thanks to the other panel members. I have had the opportunity to speak about all these topics during the last 2 days. And with the Vice Minister yesterday, by the way, and with the private sector today. I lived in Colombia for 4 years. My heart is in Bogota, but I left 6 years ago, so my Spanish is a little bit rusty. So voy a cambiar inglés.
100% clear. I also just want to say before I start, I served as the energy officer here at the U.S. Embassy in Bogota, and that's really where I learned about the energy industry. And I want to thank many people in this room, actually, who helped me on my journey and really to get a foundation in not just oil, gas, and mining, but also renewable energy and clean energy. So this really is a foundational part of my experience working on the issues. And now I have the real pleasure of working in the State Department's Bureau of Energy Resources, where we work on the issues of energy security, decarbonization, and energy access, and how we meet all of those goals together. And that's really what our discussions, both with the government and the private sector, have focused on in the last couple of days. And I think it's very clear that we cannot meet our climate goals or our energy goals without working together, without the private sector and the government working hand in hand to both provide safe and sustainable energy to our people and stave off the worst elements of the climate crisis in which we are living and which is very, very real. So I'd like to say a couple things about how the Biden administration is approaching these goals and approaching this issue of decarbonization of industry. First of all, President Biden, I think, has arguably been behind some of the most important climate legislation, certainly in US history, arguably in the world. And that's a set of packages that include the Inflation Reduction Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, and the CHIPS and Science Act. And these three pieces of legislation have collectively supercharged clean energy investment in the United States since their passage. Since their passage, we've seen about $240 billion in clean energy investment and counting. We anticipate that by 2030, these laws will spur trillions of dollars in clean energy investment in the United States and around the world. These pieces of legislation have also been pivotal in creating jobs in new energy sectors in the United States, renewable energy sectors in the United States. About 270,000 jobs have been created in the United States since the passage of these three bills. And what these bills do is really create opportunities that didn't exist before. One of my favorite examples that really illustrates how these bills are changing investment is the example of ExxonMobil, which, believe it or not, is investing in a lithium mine in Arkansas. If you would have told me that 5 years ago, that ExxonMobil would have been investing in lithium, it wouldn't have made sense, right? But we have this package and this series of investments that is supercharging clean investment. The other thing it's doing that's incredibly important is supercharging investment in so many of these technologies that are going to get us across the finish line to meet our 2050 goals. And those are technologies like green hydrogen, technologies like CCUS that are going to help decarbonize the oil and gas sector. These are technologies that I think will not only, of course, benefit the United States, but they're going to be scaled and benefit the decarbonization of industries across the world. So that's really one fundamental portion of the Biden administration's approach to meeting all of our climate goals. And then I would say the second is doing all we can to decarbonize the oil and gas sector, understanding that we are in a transition. A transition does not happen overnight. It's not the flip of a switch, right? And you can't have a just energy transition if everything happens overnight. So we are working to decarbonize the oil and gas sector and the energy sector as much as possible. That includes reduction of methane reduction, stopping flaring, using technologies like CCUS. And these really are game changers in the United States. And I think arguably our oil and gas sector is also becoming cleaner and cleaner and cleaner as a result. I would just say, we have, I think, figuring out the puzzle, how do we provide energy to our citizens, which is what governments have to do? How do we provide access to communities that don't have access now, which is close to 1 billion people worldwide, most of whom live in sub-Saharan Africa? And how do we do that while meeting our climate goals, I think is the existential question and existential challenge of our time. I know for me as a diplomat, I certainly feel like it's the most important challenge I've worked on that will define the future for my children. And so it's one I'm very passionate about, and I know everybody is on this stage.
Muchas
Gracias, Jaime.
Thank you, Timberly. Matteo, what do you have to say? Thank you, Jaime. Honeywell, it's a company that has been in Colombia for over 50 years, and we have a presence in many industries, a wide variety of industries. And we are known for accepting the most difficult challenges, from the automatic pilot on airplanes in World War II, or the gasoline without lead, NASA space missions, etc. It's the way of seeing a world where we were solving problems. And more recently, Honeywell has been focusing on sustainability and energy transition. We have delivered about 60% of R&D budget dedicated to new technology and sustainability, and 60% of Honeywell's revenue comes from clients that are buying those technologies. And in that world of sustainability, we have created a business unit, Sustainable Technology Solutions, by the way, where we identified the 5 most important problems, allowing to enable even more new technologies and energy transition, or minimize the environmental impact of those sectors that cannot leave the traditional ways or forms of energy. Recycling of plastic, capture and storing of carbon. In Colombia, we conducted the first pilot for carbon capturing unit for Ecopetrol, 30 tons per day. Technologies to license production of sustainable fuel for aviation. In Latin America, we have 4 projects around the world. We are responsible for 85% of production or licenses that allow for that production. Storage system of renewable energies, batteries, that is, we'll be talking about that shortly, and solutions for the production of clean hydrogen. I believe I am, with the words that were said, how difficult it is to decarbonize certain sectors, but that we still need those sectors. Best example of that, and I would like to call on SAF technology. SAF and aviation is a very complex sector to decarbonize, but to change technology for aircraft is something that takes years, decades. And that is why the OECE created the Corsi project. And they said, we are going to be carbon neutral by 2050. And all global airlines are going to join this pact or covenant. How Colombia plays in this decarbonization plan? Well, Colombia has a privileged position about the materials that are required to produce the SAF. We enable the others so that targets can be met. And that energy transition, I believe, and I pick something you mentioned, we are not big contaminant, but we have the possibility to help those that contaminate to diminish the impact of their contaminants. We are enablers, and I believe Colombia, at least in the case of SAF, have this moment the faculty to see similar examples in Brazil, for instance, that share many of their learners with us, and in the U.S., for instance, that included many incentives for the use of SAF. In Europe, there are obliging to produce blends, and also promotion, the production of SAF. Colombia has the raw material. We have excellent experience of first generation of biofuels. We have skilled task force for these refiners, but there are decisions we need to take. And the adoption. And we really want to decarbonize these difficult sectors, such as transportation sector. In the case of SAF, goes hand in hand with renewable diesel fuel. I believe that the best advice we can give from Honeywell, first, judicial stability and funding. And one thing is tied to the other very strongly. Judicial stability, well, that comes from the Civil Aviation Authority and the ministries, etc. They are working the regulatory framework. We need to speed up that process. We need to learn about what our neighbors are doing, and we need to understand that these new technologies are multi-sectorial. We are not talking just one division of oil or gas. We are not, we are talking about an effort played by multi-sectorial because there are raw materials that come from the farming and other sectors, so we need incentives to have competitive prices and not affect the national market. And jet fuel, for instance, is prepared. So my best advice, the experience of Honeywell is let's recognize what can we help decarbonize the world, how we did decarbonize the difficult sectors, and have the right incentives and legal security to create the solutions to reach those objectives. Thank you, Mateo. Many thanks. One third question, this time Napoleon's turn. Diego and the Vice Minister at the end for the closing. And this got to do with community. I think we speaking about communities all day long. But what focus do governments need to have to balance the development of sustainable energy infrastructure, protect the local community and ecosystem that exists in vulnerable areas? And I would add to that, if the production of fossil fuels in Colombia is located in those areas that have been neglected, ignored, and the economy depends a lot from the exploitation of this fuel. There is a huge challenge there, not only how to replace the fuels, but how to replace the entire energy. So it's quite an interesting question because it comes in the right time. What the transition is costing, according to World Bank estimates, from this point up to 2050, and the elimination of fossil fuels may cost 10% of the gross domestic product, just stopping exports. Of course, that would affect government revenue, and 10% more of the drop in the economy worldwide due to decarbonization.
I think that this can be lost. We can lose the income in the coming 25 years if we don't compensate this appropriately. Nowadays, we cannot take electric power to Rio Patia, but however, we could right now do a project in Rio Patia and to sell power through internet. Have you heard about this model? And as of today, we can see that the big data requires a lot of energy. And right now, we have a model where I can establish a source of clean energy of 200 megawatts in Rio Patia, and to have a central of servers and to sell it. It's cheaper for them to buy it directly than to buy it in the transmission network. This is a paradox that needs to be resolved, and I don't think we can do it. It's a new model, and this is something that shows how the approach of the government should also be out of the box. We need to check out, we need to break up the model. We need to see the other way. It's not as planned. We need to reconsider the planning. I think that, Jaime, that these communities that have been in certain way affected by the extractions of non-renewable resources, especially fossil fuels nowadays, I think they can't be compensated. I think like the basin and the Amazon in the Pacific, where the richness of the water and of the rainfall, it's very important. We have a very strategic way, and we can use these resources in a much more rational way than before. When we established all the hydroelectrical projects in the country, the Colombian economy was basically a pre-industrial economy. Consumption was low. Of course, it's grown and it's going to be multiplied more than it should. But this same source that before it costed, it had a cost to protection, and now it allows us to do it with the safeguards that we already have. When I talked about the legislation of prior consultations, it's one of the most solid in the world, and it protects the community. Nowadays, we can do a project regardless, and we can be done correctly, and we can do it in a real coherent manner without creating the impact that we think that it should be done, and to generate some very significant resources for the development of the country, as well as those communities that are still poverty-stricken because of the lack of access to power. Thank you, Napoleon. Diego, I think that the first thing that we need to have some basic concepts that we need to have. The first one is that effectively there needs to be a dialogue in the territory. There has to be a conclusion of this dialogue. It's that we need to have the will of the territory in move forward of the development of a country, that we don't forget about energy power poverty. If we're developing a territory to do power extraction, that also has and these are basic concepts that we need to take into account. And regardless how evident they seem today, they were not in the past. And nowadays, Colombia has a legacy for the last years where there's been a legal recovery, where they've been able to understand what's the prior consultation, but not from a legal perspective, but also from the legitimacy of the decisions that are taken under a given context. And that's why we started to see the territories much more remote to the legal parents, and what are the definitions of those territories and what's the willingness for the development of those territories. Therefore, I can say that according to my experience in general, the territories are completely open to having power, to having utility, to improve their life conditions. We need to keep on working in that this dialogue has some guarantees, but that it's well reported, because there are things that have been happening. It's that we have we've decided, for example, to advocate for fundamental rights, and we've transformed this into a tool to damage the tools. And we've also used to say that we're not complying with regulations and that our processes are not being able to done well. I think that the country has advanced before. The country today in prior consultations has one of the most relevant activities for the development of a prior consultation. Many people don't understand it, they don't, because they haven't seen it, and sometimes we have a news, and in this world of the post-truth, we may have a news that says that the projects are responsible for conflict. One exercise like the one that we did in the Guajira, the level of conflict is historical, and it comes from the absence and the needs that we have, and that it's been taking a while, and that they find in energy, the fair energy transition, the possibility to solve things, and that yes, the communities want to move forward. We have to start from other basic concept. It's that energy transition cannot be foreign to anybody. Any energy user needs to be part of this energy, and in the understanding what it's the power system. Power was understood from a very technical concept and was limited to the engineers, and it was limited to a group of people that would understand this topic of energy. But energy transition as a social consequence cannot leave anybody aside, and there is a basic concept that we say that let's do the energy transition without leaving anybody behind. And this means a huge challenge in information, and that information can be used by all the citizens to take decisions. How am I going to receive energy? How can I do some self-supply? Can I contribute? Can I become a generator user? Can I not? And there are a number of questions that energy transition doesn't allow for someone to be foreign to that transition. There are questions that need to be answered. When we talk once again the legacy that we've been building, and this is also part of the objectivity of the conversations, we can say the environmental conversations. Nowadays, to get an environmental license in Colombia for renewable energy is something that it's so difficult to be able to get a thermoelectrical project. And I think this is something that I lived the process in which the reference terms for the wind plants, they would ask you, okay, how are you going to do the emissions, and how are you going to do the emissions process of the life cycle of the project? And you could say, okay, we need to work on the terms of references so that they match the reality of these projects. And if we only see it from the legal perspective, and we just see it from the legal perspective, we forget about strategic things where we can elevate in the discussion in Colombia. And how is it possible that development of strategic projects that are going to avoid millions of tons of CO2? And nowadays have a challenge in being able to have and this is the reality that we need to face. And these delays are not just because of the community. As a matter of fact, I can say that the communities nowadays request for us to develop the projects because that means an opportunity for them. Not long ago in the Guajira Pact that we had in the Guajira with all the team of the Vice Minister, it was very funny because there was the representative of the community, and they requested and he said, where's the guy from ANDA? Oh yeah, my God, what happened with the licenses? Because we want to license the members of the community. And therefore, when we wanted to elevate that conversation to strategically understand what is convenient for the country and to be able to generate frameworks that match this reality. And I think that there are some elements about this. Okay, we have in a discussion with Alda, and what we know it's that we're going to be able to know about the terms, and it's great. It's been there's been a lot of a challenging discussion, but we're working strong. We're working strong, not only us, but Andesco, everybody. We're working on this. Okay, I mentioned this a couple of minutes ago about the challenge that Colombia has, not only the biodiversity, but also the communitary plurality that we have. But we can say our communities today are not the same ones that we had 4 or 5 decades ago. Although although we owe everything that we have to the hydrocarbon industry, but also in our communities, we also need to generate some impacts and some models that were appropriate for the time and that respond to the nature of the extraction of hydrocarbons when there's a lot of profit, most of which would have a transactional process. And for resources towards the territory, what we learned in this is that this is not the best development model. An example that we have, it's in the case of the mine that closed from Prodeco. I mean, it didn't leave the most developed community in the country, despite of all the amount of royalties. We saw it in Guajira. Guajira has received a huge amount of royalties that don't match the development, and therefore the new energies don't have the economic density that a hydrocarbon project. That's why the same transactional process is not the same model that it's going to work. But it's not just an opportunity, but it's that before that's a model when I'm the company, and that's the community. And from a transactional mechanism, we do an economic exchange to compensate my presence so that we can work together and to say, okay, let's work in the energy project together. You know the territory, you are in the territory. I have the technology, I have the resources. You have the ground, I have the technology. Let's work together. And this is something that is working in so many countries. And the models, the operational models, not only ensure these are the communities, the ones that request the projects in Canada and in all the northern parts of Canada. The biggest wind projects are with the community. That's why here in Colombia we have an opportunity to change this model. It's not easy. We're doing it, but as Diego well said, we're seeing things where the community themselves says, okay, we are ready, we want the projects, we want to be part of the projects. And this generates, because this communities turn into business communities, into energy, and we started to change and we started to generate a development process in the territory. And therefore, right now we have a lot of things, and I am very self-critical, and we have a lot of things to improve. Of course, the hydrocarbon left us a story for environmental permits that are very rigorous, and that's why when we check out the same rules of an exploration project and of a drilling project to a solar well, we can find that there are some elements that are very strict for the benefit that the project is going to have, because here we can think not only about the impact and therefore. And this is what I say, and this is what I was mentioning. We have it during El Niño because we surpassed we were able to reduce very important if the wind powers project were operational, if the solars were delayed, were operational, and that's why. And this is something that is happening worldwide, and we're creating, and where we need to look in the global impact. And because historically, because the environmental has to be seen from the direct impact of doing the project right now, we have to check out the global impact of not doing it. And therefore, under this, we have a very important opportunity. Because of time constraint, we would like to thank our panelists. Thank you so much, and we hope to have contributed to the discussion. And I would like to thank Jaime Concha and to all the panelists. And okay, now we are going to initiate the closing session of this event. And right now we are going to have the closing comments from the Executive Vice President, Paola. Buen día. Yo me voy 8 minutos.
Bueno, no, creo que
I think that as of now for the closure of this event, well, First of all, I would like to thank the ambassador of the U.S. and the chancellorship for having organized this. I think that we were able to have a very brief but very interesting topic for everybody. And as you can see, it's a very open participation from the private sector. I would like to mention two things for us, from Andy and for all the affiliates, as we can say. Today, the relationship between Colombia and the U.S. it's essential. That's why in 2016 we create a business council between Colombia and the U.S. Back then, Vice President Biden and the President Santos, and seal this for the creation of this council that has been meeting since 2016 online and on face-to-face. And we do believe that there's a very solid opportunity to be able to consolidate this relationship. And I do think that we have to mention many other projects, and Chancellor Murillo is not here, but I know that Lina and Santiago can say that we are part of the Juntanza Étnica project of USAID and Andy and aquí Andy Boca USAID and also the foundation. And we've been working in this project that's starting. It's kicking off right now because we think it's very important to have the participation on the private sector in all the topics associated to equality, diversity, and inclusion. And then there is also a commitment in that agenda of the private sector. And I think that tonight we could have an additional panel, but that you know that it's a topic that it's a cross-sectional that we've been dealing with. And I think that with him here as a chancellor, we are going to be able to cover this topic better. I think that the last thing is to insist, as the Vice Minister well said, I think that we have a very important umbrella, which is the free trade agreement, that still has a very important space for all the topics of access. And for us, we can say 232. It's one of the most sensitive issues where we always ask our counterparts to lay it on the table, because the truth is that there were some preferences that don't exist now. We have a space to improve. It's great that this high-level dialogue could have developed, and that we have this open space for the private sector. From the Andy, we're committed to keep on working hand in hand with all the diplomatic corps and all the governments that are also part, and all the partners that are also going to be talking today. Thank you so much, Vice President. Thank you. Now we're going to listen to the conclusion words by the Executive Director of Colombia, the U.S., of the Chamber of Commerce of the U.S., Cesar Bence, that's going to be with us remotely. Welcome, Mr. Cesar.
Creo que
Go ahead. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. On behalf of the Chamber of Commerce of the U.S. and the Business Council of here in Colombia, I wanted to thank the Chancellor Luis Alberto Murillo for this invitation, and most of all for enable this very important space with the private sector as part of the high-level dialogue. I would also like to greet, I don't know if he's still here, but also Francisco Palmiero, and for South America, it's Kevin Sullivan, the Vice Minister Luis Felipe Quintero, and also the appointed Ambassador Gabriel Garcia Peña, and all the other officers of both countries. And also would like to greet my colleagues and partners, Paola Buendia, Santiago Marroquin from AMSAN Colombia, Ricardo from SEA, and Javier Diaz from Analdex. As a Colombo-American, it's a pleasure for me to participate in the closing of this. I wanted to apologize for not having to be there in person, but please know that my heart is with you. And the meeting has been an opportunity, and so that the public and private sector, and then have another space for collaboration and also for dialogue to be able to explore how to strengthen the cooperation between both countries. I want to take advantage of the commitment of all the people that are here present, and to thank you to strengthen the relationship between the U.S. and Colombia. It's also very important that in this dialogue we have included and taken into account the SMEs, which are the economic driver of the region. We do consider that almost 99.5% of the businesses are SMEs, but there's a small fraction that participates in the global markets. From the Chamber of Commerce of the U.S., we're committed to the development and growth of the SMEs. We recently had an agreement with OAS to be able to develop a leverage strategy for the SMEs in all the regions. And we strongly believe that the cooperation between the business community with the other communities, it's essential to be able to help the small companies to compete and to expand through international trade. This is a critical moment to reflect about the solid partnership between the two countries, which is based in a story of collaboration and the democratic shared values. And all the countries are in a very crucial moment to be able to strengthen our liaisons and to strengthen our opportunities. Specifically, some of the areas that we've mentioned today, which is energy transition, climate action, innovation, health, investment, etc. Colombia, it's vital for the U.S. and the region, and it contributes to the regional stability and to economic growth. Okay, we can see that the free trade agreement that's been for 12 years has increased trade and bilateral investment, but as we've mentioned today, we still haven't been able to achieve this big potential thanks to the climate changes and also the commitment of Colombia with international cooperation. That's also a very important topic. This is a topic that positions the country as a potential leader in energy transition, and also the private sector in the U.S., as we've just discussed, is open to drive the efforts of Colombia, offering experience to be able to accelerate this transition.
PPA cooperation when it comes to energy, renewable energy, solar and eolic, as well as electric mobility, promise mutual prosperity, stimulating economic growth. Trade and investment, as we heard today, continue to be fundamental for our bilateral relationship, presenting opportunities for expansion. But how do we manage that? We manage when we simplify actions and promoting a business environment that is quite good to strengthen the economic ties. And of course, good for the regional prosperity. Digital economy also presents opportunities for cooperation and opportunities in electronic trade, cybersecurity, technical training, connectivity, smart cities, AI, among others. It is important to say that policies need to be put in place promoting innovation while security is protected and IP. Intellectual property is protected at the same time to position Colombia as an attractive destination for direct foreign investment. Health sector in Colombia also presents significant opportunities for cooperation, especially through public and private association to promote policies aiming to innovation, competitiveness, investment, transfer of knowledge, and the adoption of technologies and strengthening of relationships in institutions such as Convenia. Colombia has the opportunity to increase resilience for the benefit of the health system. Of course, this will be seen when the health indicators go up. I take this opportunity to highlight the importance, surely colleagues and partners in the embassy knows very well, and that is Student for Health that presents an opportunity for cooperation and regionally and in Colombia to build a health ecosystem that is resilient, sustainable, and equitative across the region. We were happy to see that Colombia participated in the last meeting in Punta Cana, and we hope that the country continue having an active participation in this very important platform. Recent visit of Colombia a couple of years ago emphasized the commitment of the North American private sector to close ties between Colombia and the U.S. This visit also highlighted the importance of continue having an approach not only nationally but regionally, something that Chancellor mentioned this morning. Colombia is seeking to attract foreign direct investment. We encourage the Colombian government to put in place policies promoting stability, judicial security, transparency, and predictability for investors. By investors. Also, PPA will be used to promote economic growth and sustainable growth. As a result of today's dialogue, well, they have underlined the importance of community PPA, the exchange of knowledge and resources. I am convinced that the discussions and recommendations coming from the last 2 days will enrich our cooperation, and we will open new avenues for future joint initiatives. As we move forward, it is essential to continue having this dialogue and working together to implement the proposed ideas. We hope to have the opportunity next year to have this dialogue in Washington. I hope that as a result of this joint effort and continuous commitment, we can confront common challenges without missing opportunity for mutual benefit. I close with the following. By transforming the commitment of the Chamber of Commerce of the United States and the Entrepreneur Council of the United States and Colombia, continue consolidating this transcendental relationship. Both nations can find a partner in each other required to have a more prosperous and equitative economy for our nations. Thank you. Thanks to you, Executive Director of the Entrepreneurship Council, Colombia, United States, for being here with us directly from North America.
El señor vicepresidente.
The Executive Vice President of the Chamber of Commerce and United States, Santiago Marroquin, will pronounce the closing words of this private sector encounter.
Bueno, yo creo que
Thank you. Well, I believe that it has been a quite successful meeting. AmCham, we want to invite businessmen and public sector to continue working hand in hand. We invite you to be part of the Pact for Opportunities. Coming up, I think you have heard lately our Mara Claudia Lacotira, Sherman, inviting companies and the public sector to conform or be part of this covenant. It's nothing else that a PPA, or public-private work, where we want to take advantage of opportunities that happen within the framework of the free trade agreement. As we have heard throughout the day, this FTA is kind of a highway full of opportunities that are being taken by certain businesses. But the public sector also can access to this FTA and have a good development, especially for the SMEs and micro companies. We are talking here about inclusion, diversity, among other things. And the Pact for Opportunities is that we are promoting from AmCham is one that we are inviting public, private sector, affiliated and non-affiliated commerce companies to the Chamber of Commerce to be part of this. I want to thank the Foreign Affairs Ministry for the work in the Embassy of the United States for the work conducted to have this dialogue. What it does is to build country. Many thanks. Many thanks, Dr. Marroquin. Now we hear from the Executive Director of SER, Mr. Ricardo Trian.
Buenas tardes todavía.
Good afternoon, still almost good evening to all persons here in this room. My special appreciation to the Foreign Affairs Embassy and Ministry in the United States Embassy in Colombia for this opportunity. And really, we have used it a lot. We have learned a lot. And what my predecessors have said here, it's really an opportunity to open ourselves to this dialogue of coordination between the private sector and government to accomplish or to see that where the country is successful. It's not a responsibility on one side only. This is something that pertains all of us. So many thanks. I just want to add, perhaps, on top of what American companies that we represent in Colombia have in the DNA all these topics of diversification, of working with the Deep Colombia, of bringing in sectors and take them to the informal economy for their formalization. I think it's something we all should do to have that peace in the country that we all want. Hopefully we can implement these wishes of the government, quite valid. The three vice ministers that we have the pleasure to have today, and even the chancellor said it today, the importance of the private sector is fundamental. Hopefully we can implement that in the years to come. The American companies have that long-term view. To thank the panel member, fantastic. Many thanks to all of you for participating, to the moderators. They have done a fantastic job. And hopefully the memoirs of this encounter can be shared with you all. Just to say, well, to thank you and leave my colleague Javier Diaz finally ends this. Javier is almost without words, but I think he has much more to add. So many thanks to you all, and good evening to you all.
Gracias, señor Triana. Efectivamente, escucharemos.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Triana. To end, we will be hearing the Executive Director of ANDI, Javier Diaz Molina.
Muy buenas noches.
Good evening, all. As Ricardo has said, there's not much more to say. However, I want to, first of all, to thank the Foreign Affairs Ministry and the Embassy of the United States for the invite. I think that we need to highlight something that both the Chancellor as the Ambassador highlighted during this opening speech, and that is the importance of dialogue with the private sector. Normally, these type of meetings occupy the agenda of governments, but I think the dialogue with private sector is an essential element, and especially because the dialogue is taking place in a very special circumstance. International conflicts that we are living today, that for some may seem like far away, what got to do with the Russian invasion to Ukraine with us, or what got to do with the Houthis factions to the American fleet in the Red Sea? You see that kind of far away, but those are realities that affect us. Trade affects our daily life, the price of goods, etc., etc. And that's why when the businesses is it's fundamental for business to participate in this dialogue, because not only interested by this specific topic of the business, but that we need to look at the context where these dialogues are taking place. For Colombia, is fundamental. The strengthening of democracy, another fundamental element in the relationship with our main trading partner, U.S., and the strengthening of the legal and formal economy. We were talking today about popular economy. Well, for most of that popular economy is informal. So how to strengthen that economy and make it formal? Through a fundamental variable, trade. Trade cannot be strange to this. That process, it cannot be a strange guy for those small productive units, almost like personal business. How to connect them through mechanisms with their, drivers, from formal entrepreneurs to link with these popular economies players so that they can participate in the welfare provided by trade. And the other element, to strengthen and close ties with U.S. in this special circumstance, special days. That is vital for the future of the development of our economy. So once more, many thanks for having me here, and please count with us for the development of the proposed agenda. Thank you.
Gracias, señor Díaz. Con sus palabras damos entonces.
Thank you, Mr. Deere. With your words, we conclude this dialogue with the private sector. Hopefully, this will open doors for coordinated actions between the government and the private sector of both countries, and initiatives related to cooperation of high-level dialogue in Colombia and the United States. Many thanks to you all, and see you next time.
Virtual. Feliz noche para todos y para todas.